Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Czech-Israeli Forum. It's a pleasure to have each one of you here today. I'm Filip Lukáš from the Institute for Politics and Society, and I'm honored to be the moderator of today's conference, which is going to be insightful. I'm very much looking forward to it. We're starting off with some opening remarks from three distinguished individuals. First, I would like to invite Mr. Tomáš Jelínek, who will make a speech on behalf of Mr. Pavel Smutný, the president of the Czech-Israeli Mutual Chamber of Commerce. And due to Mr. Smutný's health incapacity, he's going to make the speech for him. He's sending his greetings. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So it's a great honor for me to read Pavel's address. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Czech-Israeli Mutual Chamber of Commerce, as the co-organizer, it is great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you today at the Czech-Israeli Forum. I would like to thank the principal organizer, the Institute for Politics and Society, and the Embassy of the State of Israel in Prague for coming up with the idea to hold this unique conference. Looking at the outstanding speakers and the program, I cannot think of an event like this that would be ever be successfully organized in such a short period of time. Holding today's gathering, it's not only an expression of our support to Israel, but also a celebration of the vibrant relations in the domain of business and science between the Czech Republic and Israel. Today, we are bound by the history as well as our shared values and goals that lead us to new forms of cooperation and greater mutual understanding. Today's world is facing a variety of challenges and changes. The complexities of globalization, technological progress, and political shifts are shaping our reality and call for new forms of cooperation and new approaches to innovation and to resilience of our societies. The alliance and partnership between the Czech Republic and Israel and between Czechs and Israelis is not here for granted. It's great that we may lean on it today, but we must continuously fill it with positive content to allow it to flourish in the future. And to cultivate this potential of business and research cooperation, that it's exactly what the Czech-Israeli Mutual Chamber of Commerce is here for. I'm delighted that we have gathered here today, and I wish you an inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the second person I would like to invite here is Mr. Jan Hamáček, who is the chairman of the board of the Institute for Politics and Society.
Okay, thanks. Macháček. So I would like to, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of one of the organizers, which is Institute for Politics and Society. And very briefly, you know the program of the conference. So you know there is a war in the Middle East, in Gaza, and one of the reasons we are organizing this conference is to speak on a more positive note, to speak mainly about business, about innovation, about economic dynamism, and in both of our countries, but mainly in Israel, to help to introduce Israel as a country which has a positive and dynamic future. And but obviously we cannot avoid the topic altogether, so we will have one last panel which will be also focused a little bit on geopolitics. So I'm not going to waste your time, and I will give a floor to keynote speakers. And I hope you will enjoy the day and the conference. And I would like to give the floor to the moderator again.
Okay, so we've got some little inconvenience because the third guest is about to speak here right now is the current ambassador of Israel to the Czech Republic, Miss Azari. She's waiting downstairs, but due to slight protest down there and under the police protection, she's not allowed to come yet here. But as soon as she gets here, she will make her speech. So for now, thank you all for the inspiring opening remarks. And now we can delve deeper into our conference with two impactful keynote speeches. Our first keynote speaker is Mr. Karel Havlíček, a Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests of the Czech-Israeli Forum, dear speakers, Israel holds a special place in my heart. As a businessman in industry, I have often done business with Israelis. I have admired Israeli business tenacity and business tactics, the ability to introduce new products to markets, and the willingness to not to be afraid for the tasks. As a president of the Association of Small and Medium Enterprises and Crafts, I have often used Israeli startups as an example for a new business to follow. That's why I helped to bring the Israeli bestseller Startup Nation to be published in the Czech language. As the person responsible for Czech science, I was inspired in Israel by their pragmatic, results-based approach to research and innovation. I was proud to recruit former top Israeli science official Orna Berry to my Czech Republic Country for the Future team. And as a Minister of Industry, Transport and Deputy Prime Minister for the Economy, I was proud to meet with the most prominent leaders of the Israeli economy and business and to promote our economic cooperation. And as a Deputy Speaker of Parliament, I'm here to express our solidarity with Israel following the terrorist attack on the 7th of October. Words of support alone are not enough. Actions are also necessary. That's also why I initiated this Czech-Israeli Forum. I wanted us, as the Czech Republic, to show that life in Israel goes on, that our cooperation will be deepened even further, and that our relations are now even stronger. Relationship between Israel and the Czech Republic is not only based on shared values of democracy and freedom, but we share an extraordinary bond of mutual belonging that's unique in today's complex world. Israel is one of the most developed countries in the Middle East and is the only Western-style democracy in the region. We need to be constantly reminded of the values that Israel has established in the region: freedom, education, family, market economy, and respect for knowledge, success, and entrepreneurship. We must not now allow for the sharing of these values to be deemed unacceptable in the region. It's our duty to uphold these values. Relations between the Czech Republic and Israel are based on several key pillars. The first is security. Israel is the forefront of the fight against terrorism, extremism, and unfreedom, is a part of a democratic world. In the area of security, our countries are therefore natural partners. This has been true in the past, it's true today, and I'm convinced it will be true in the future. Not only Israel, but the whole world must know that the Czech Republic recognizes Israel's right to defend itself against any attack. The second pillar in the economy is the economy. In recent years, the two countries have been increasingly active in developing their cooperation, including in the field of research, development, and innovation. This is no coincidence. Israel is one of the countries with the largest number of scientists in proportion to its population. There are about 8,700 scientists for every million Israelis, which is more than in Japan or the United States. Israel is also one of the 10 countries with the highest number of scientific publications per capita. It's also the place with the second highest concentration of startups in the world, right after Silicon Valley. The Czech Republic, on the other hand, is one of the most industrialized countries in the world. The combination of Israeli high-tech know-how and business spirit with the Czech tradition of engineering and attention to detail therefore creates an excellent conditions for successful projects. Israel is also one of the largest exporters of defense and security technologies in the world. For Czech manufacturers, cooperation with the Israeli defense industry is both a great challenge and an opportunity, especially for technologies with a high added value. Czech companies also have the opportunity to establish strategic partnership with Israeli entities, as exemplified by the current cooperation between the Czech technology company LPP and the Israeli defense industry giant Elbit systems. The third pillar of our creation is the social proximity. We have developed cooperation in the arts, in the tourism. There are a number of historical moments when we have been able to help each other, whether it was the supply of Czech weapons that Israel needed for its defense in the late 1940s, or the support of this country since the 1990s. On the international scene, it's fair to say that Israel has always been aware of this help, and, as is usual with good friends, it has also been able to help us in moments of need. In my opinion, however, what best describes our social closeness is the fact that we have a very similar sense of humor, but also in life in general. It's certainly no coincidence that books by Ephraim Kishon or Amos Oz have long been bestsellers in the Czech Republic. The recent attack on Israel on 7th of October is a reminder how important our partnership is in the fight against terrorism and our freedom. The Czech Republic was at the birth of the State of Israel in 1948. It stands by its side today and will continue to do so in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your keynote, sir. And now please welcome our second keynote speaker, who is Ms. Nati Bloch Damti, a senior director of the Israel Innovation Authority, who will make a speech online. So the floor is yours. You should be able to hear us and see us.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, Dobre Rano, Boker Tov. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. I'm very happy to join. I wish I could have been there in person. Let me start with a short introduction of myself. I'm Nati Bloch Damti, the director of the Life Sciences Department at ISERT, the Israel Innovation Authority. Before joining the IAA, Israel Innovation Authority, I worked at Intel and at GE Healthcare in Israel. This conference represents the support into action and the results of a long-lasting collaboration between our two states. But before we talk about collaborations, with your permission, I would like to take on a short journey through time the story of the Israeli innovation. The Israel Innovation Authority was established in 1965. In the beginning, it was part of the Chief Scientist Office in the Ministry of Industry and Trade, which would later become the Ministry of Economy. Originally, the aim was to establish government research initiative, support industrial research and development to boost export to knowledge-intensive products. The mission did not help promote the knowledge-intensive industries, but later, during the 1980s, the Chief Scientist Office needed a new plan. Israel was faced with new challenges, with the economic crisis of the 1980s and the huge demographic influx, mainly from Russia. Israel needed a paradigm shift. The Chief Scientist Office identified key challenges for the locally evolving industry, and so a new law of the encouragement of research, technology, and industry was drawn. The Chief Scientist's emphasis was to support Israeli entrepreneurship and innovation and connect them to the global research and development market. And so, new mechanisms were established at the time. First, support R&D to grow the high-tech industry, establish private funding mechanisms such as venture capital, create technological incubators to support innovation initiatives. The main aim for those incubators was to encourage academic and industrial collaboration and open Israeli companies to the global market. These tools helped propel the Israeli industry to the forefront of global technology. It fostered an entrepreneurial culture. It enabled the shift from academic excellence into a startup ecosystem. And as a result, it enabled vibrant growth of Israel's knowledge-intensive industry, boosting economic growth. The high-tech industry, which was rooted in security industries, started to evolve into new sectors where information and communication technology played a central role as part of the global digital transformation. Despite these achievements, we needed a reassessment of Israel's innovation policy. Within a decade, the high-tech industry did provide quality employment and high salaries, but did not increase its share in Israel's employment. The high-tech innovation did not sufficiently permeate into other economic sectors, and meanwhile, global competition for technological leadership was intensifying. Government in other countries have been increasing their investments in innovation. Facing these challenges, there was an understanding that the tools used in the 1990s may not be adequate to address the new challenges, and a change was needed again. Research and innovation grants were administered by the chief scientist at the Ministry of Economy. Grant conditions were regulated by the ministry, causing growth barriers. Companies were required to pay royalties. A burden of restrictions and regulations on knowledge transfer and production transfer abroad. Grant management bureaucracies were heavy, and the global startup arena required the academic and high-tech communities to infiltrate into other sectors, such as life sciences. And so Israel updated the mission of the chief scientist offices with a critical structural change. At the beginning of 2016, the chief scientist office became an independent entity, the National Authority for Technology and Innovation, IIA. Now, with its new board of directors, the IIA was allowed to operate more flexibly, make adjustments, and also to streamline bureaucratic processes. To implement its mission, the Innovation Authority also adopted a new organizational structure with innovation divisions, ensuring better connections with industry sectors, deeper expertise in various types and stages of companies. Now the IIA is structured with divisions focused on innovation. These divisions are mission-oriented and customer-centric, with across-the-board unique toolboxes that offer tailored solutions to the changing needs of the clients, from high-tech entrepreneurs to mature companies developing a new product or manufacturing process, from academic research groups seeking to turn a discovery into a product, to a multinational giant interested in collaboration with local companies. Just as an example, me, myself, when I was employed at GE Healthcare in 2017, working at the medical imaging R&D sector, with encouragement and support of the IAA, we opened R&D and manufacturing sites for GE's PET-CT business in Israel, which had a huge impact on GE Healthcare, but also on the Israeli medical imaging industry. So today, the Innovation Authority is divided into 4 operational and thematic divisions. First, the Innovation Infrastructure Division, which funds applied R&D exchange between researchers and academic industry. Second, the startup division, offering unique tools to support the early development stages of technological initiatives at the pre-seed or initial R&D stages. Third, growth and advanced manufacturing division, supporting growth companies whose business activities are anchored in Israel. And finally, the international division fosters international activities leveraging Israel innovation. This includes ISERD, the organization that I belong to, where we manage and promote the Horizon Europe Framework Program. In the last decade, Israel gained global recognition as an innovative and leading nation, the startup nation. Israel has the highest weight of the business sector in GDP among the OECD countries. Israel is also ranked first globally in venture capital investments, attracting over 300 leading multinational companies. Today, the Israeli high-tech yields significant economic value with 18% of the GDP, 30% of the income tax, and almost half of the Israeli exports are based on our high-tech industry. But it hasn't been an easy ride. In the last 10 years, everyone develops innovation centers everywhere in the world, all competing on the same resources of investments, of skilled human resources, and also on academic knowledge. So how do we face these challenges? Now we invest in higher risk deep tech startups that private markets don't know or would not risk to support: biotech, agri-tech, food tech. In fact, Israel is the leading global food tech industry. Secondly, we identify emerging technologies that can develop into high risk scale tech like quantum and bioconvergence. We invest in technological infrastructure of emerging technologies such as labs, human resources, etc. And we identify growth barriers such as regulation, human resources, taxation, etc. We then reach out to the relevant government bodies to remove those barriers. Just for an example, just a few weeks ago, the Israeli Health Ministry approved the production of 3D printed beef for the local market. In the last year, Israel has been facing headwind with its industry, with the global financial crisis, and recently also political instability, and finally, as we've mentioned, the 7th of October war. All those led to a dramatic decline in private investments in the Israeli high-tech. As a result, since the onset of the war, early-stage startups are faced with a funding vacuum in investments. And since the war began, about 10 to 15% of the high-tech human resources have been drafted into the military. The IAA conducted a survey to evaluate the needs, and just a couple of months ago created a fast-track financial support system which injects over 100 million euros to the high-tech industry. The IAA has become again a lifeline for startups. The 50 years long journey brings us to the present state. The journey holds a narrative of great adaptive force, flexibility, and above all, societal and economic resilience. I would conclude that times of crisis, urgency, and uncertainty can actually lead to great leaps in innovation. Just see the case of COVID-19 vaccines fast-track development and approvals. In Israel, we live in such an environment for many years. Uncertainty may even be a protected space since not many people go that path. Again, from my personal experience, during my employment at Intel within a 10-year lifespan, Israel had experienced 3 occasions of rocket attacks. Despite the geopolitical difficulties, not a single Intel chip from the Israeli production line failed to arrive on time to our customers. These days, while I speak to you, my son Micha is recruited into the army and is fighting in Gaza. And here I am, proudly delivering you the story of the IAA. This is how we see it. Israel high-tech delivers no matter what. But we cannot conclude this story without talking about partnerships. None of those achievements I share with you today could materialize without partners, without collaboration. As individual human beings cannot survive without friends and family, so are we as nations. We cannot thrive in isolation. We need trusted and trusting partners. Collaboration is key. And in this audience today, we have true friends. In the face of Israel's challenges, the support of the Czech Republic has been strongly affirmed and is for us in Israel of great significance. Your immediate and radical support of Israel right after the onset of the war was heartwarming and comforting. Israel and the Czech Republic share a rich history of diplomatic ties dating back to the early years of the State of Israel. Over the decades, our collaboration has extended beyond diplomacy into the realms of science, security, technology, and innovation. Also, when examining what Israel can learn from the Czech Republic, certain aspects stand out. The Czech Republic has been recognized for its pragmatic approach to innovation, often rooted in a combination of academic capacity and industry pragmatism. This balance has allowed you to navigate challenges and foster sustainable growth. Israel, with its robust academic ecosystem and cutting-edge technology, can draw inspiration from the Czech model to ensure that innovation remains practical and applicable to real-world industry. Our collaborative journey has not been limited to learning from one another. It has also been marked by joint innovation effort. Historically, Israel and the Czech Republic have engaged in collaborative projects across various sectors: health tech and medical research, biotech, ICT, cybersecurity, agri-tech. As we navigate this dynamic landscape of global innovation, the collaboration between Israel and the Czech Republic becomes increasingly vital. In an era where challenges are shared and solutions are global, our nations can forge new partnerships in emerging technologies. This can be done bilaterally or is through a joint multinational consortia through the European R&I framework programs. Israel is also committed to international collaboration, is eager to explore joint research projects with the Czech Republic, knowledge exchange programs, and mutual investments. Let us look forward to a future where Israel and the Czech Republic continue to learn from each other, innovate together, and contribute to the global landscape. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful day.
Ms. Damti, thank you very much for your insightful speech. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you that our previous inconvenience has been solved. So thereby, let me welcome here Ms. Anna Azari, the current ambassador of Israel to the Czech Republic.
Where should I? Good morning. It was a funny beginning of this morning and completely atypical for this town. Yesterday, so I'm not a miss, I'm a Mrs. My husband and I were going down the Žižka tunnel leading to Karlin, and when we came out of the tunnel, we saw a gang. They were very clean and nice, of bikers. I stopped next to them because Jakub Santo was one of them, and they just finished renewing, posting in the inside the tunnel pictures of the Israeli people kidnapped in Israel. So I think this is the real Czech Republic. Not so long ago, we met an American group, and they asked me, could you please tell me how your life changed after October 7, your life in Czech Republic? And I said, amazingly, it changed for me personally. I'm not talking about the horrible experience, of course, but professionally for me in Czech Republic, it changed for the better, because the support, even people I didn't know about or didn't know personally, were very, very supportive. One of the people who supported us very early on was Karel Havlíček, whom you heard or will hear, I don't know, who came up with the idea of having this conference in order to make the support a little bit more tangible and more professional and more not only about talking. So this is the change which we experienced in our embassy in this country after October 7th. And I'm grateful to everybody who took part in organizing this event. I hope it's going to be fruitful and interesting for the participants. And I want to send from here wishes for recovery to the head of CHISOC, Mr. Pavel Smutný. So let us enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so far, we've heard some remarkable speeches for our speakers. I would like to thank you all. And before we move on, I can't forget to mention the organizers of today's conference, which is the Institute for Politics and Society, the Israel Embassy in the Czech Republic, and the Czech-Israeli Mutual Commerce Chamber of Commerce. And also I would like to mention our business partners, the LPP s.r.o and Elbit Limited. Thank you very much. And now it's time so we can move on to our first panel. So right now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ondřej Malý, who will be a moderator of the following two panel discussions.
Hello, thank you very much. I'll just set up here, and I would like to ask my fellow panelists to come forward and join me in the panel. I'll introduce them perhaps later, or maybe now. It will be better. So it's Mr. Yuval Ben-Itzhak. If you can join us, please, from Evolution Equity Partners, Ms. Linda Štucbartová, Mr. Tomáš Jelínek, Mr. Pavel Kysilka from 6D Academy. Yeah, thank you. Okay, here. Thank you. I'll just start myself on. Okay, so so let's move on our first panel. It's aptly named Startup Nation Mentality. As you all probably know, and as Deputy Chairman Havlíček already mentioned, Startup Nation is the title of a book by Dan Senor and Saul Zinger, published in 2009, and thanks to him, it was published also in Czech here later on. The authors believe that the reason for the unique business culture of Israel is the mandatory military service and immigration. And these two things bred emerging companies, not ethnic, perhaps, and religious exceptionalism that we might associate with Israel as well. But but we have a great panel here to go more into detail about what lessons can we learn from the Israeli approach towards entrepreneurship. I will first, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Yuval Ben-Itzhak, General Partner of Evolution Equity Partners, for the first short remarks, maybe 5 minutes or so, if you may. Thank you.
Answering your question?
No. I believe that when we wrote to each other before, then we have agreed that we will have some like 5-minute remarks in the beginning, and then we will start the discussion, perhaps even with the audience.
Sure. So, hi everyone. Great to have you all here. First, before I introduce myself, I would like to say a big thank you to the people of the Czech Republic, the government, the president, for supporting Israel in such difficult times. It's very, very appreciated. My name is Yuval Ben-Itzhak. As you can tell, I'm an Israeli, but I live here for 13 years. I was a founder of 2 startups in Israel, part of the Startup Nations over 25 years ago. And I was a chief technology officer here in the Czech Republic of AVG, which we took public in 2012 in the New York Stock Exchange, and then also the chief executive officer of Social Bakers here in the country, and also bringing all the technology and knowledge now into where I am today at Evolution Equity Partner. We are investors in high-tech companies. The Israeli startup nation is unique, as mentioned by the previous speakers. I think the combination of higher education, a small country that drive everyone to think globally, which is very common actually here in the Czech Republic as well. But what makes Israel unique in the market, even unique more than in the US, is the military service that is mandatory. And every year, thousands of young people that exposed to very unique technologies, a lot of projects. Some of them you can see on the posters over there, going into the market with a lot of energy and a lot of knowledge, and they're driving the economy moving forward. So happy to hand it now to the next panelist to share from his experience.
Okay, thank you very much. And now please, Linda Štucbartová, founder of Diversio. The floor is yours for a short introductory remarks. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. I'll be sharing a perspective as a woman entrepreneur, as a technology agency evaluator, and also as a mother. So I'll go from these economic and very political relations to socio-demographic and perhaps, I would say, even societal approaches. 3 mindset shifts that we can make in the Czech Republic. The one, approach to diversity. And diversity, it's not only gender, okay? In Israel, they are successful because they are diverse in terms of newcomers, in terms of immigration, also in terms of age diversity. When you look at accelerators, you see people not only in 20s or 30s, but you see startupists in 50s, making some societal change. It's us all together, age diversity. It's people from technical spheres talking to people from humanities. It's people from academia discussing with people from business, not being in silos and not talking to each other. Because in Israel, as we mentioned, it's a small country, so many people wear multiple hats. There are very many professors from academia that invested in their startups or started their own. There are governmental experts who happen to be entrepreneurs, and press views it as a normal. Press views it as a success. And so all together have a knowledge how the unique ecosystem works. When I'm talking about diversity, it's also inclusion and accessibility. We totally fail to make the line that diversity makes solutions and products better and more complete and accessible for all segments of society. So while Israeli scores very well on inclusion, they also know how to attract and work with the best talents. At university, you can see 15 or 16-year-old students attending lectures because they are smart. I try to do that with my daughter. At the age of 17, she started work for prestigious IOCB Tech Lab in her spare time during high school studies. Try to get an individual scheme for a student who is not in sports or who is sick. She just happened to be smart. It was impossible. So we are actually depriving us of the talent we have. Number 1 point. Number 2 point is learning from mistakes. In Israel, whenever you meet someone, they tell you not only how many successful startups they built, but also how many of them they failed, they closed, because they were trying hard. Try to talk about failures with the Czech ecosystem. Try to get a bank loan then after you close one company. Okay, it's impossible unless we start to learn from mistakes and view mistake as a part of the learning, we will not move forward. My dear friend, Dr. Andy David, Director of Innovations from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said, we have KPIs for failures. And we make sure the failing percentage is high. Because only if you shoot for the stars, you can end up on the moon. I am technology agency evaluator. I evaluate projects of applied business. You know what results I get? Conference, article, or panel exhibition. No way about prototypes, apps, smart solutions. And my last mindset shift, tikkun olam, making the world a better place. I totally admire this. One book was already mentioned, Startup Nation. My favorite book is also Thou Shalt Innovate. Full of innovation on a societal scheme, full of innovations that move the world forward, that bring societal solutions, that use the latest technology to truly improve the world. I am bringing, as an entrepreneur, unique self-defense scheme, violence prevention education, combined with edutech. While in Israel, everyone is applauding me and saying, Linda, that's a good idea. Here they say, oh, Linda, that's good. Could you be an NGO? Thank you.
Thank you for your slightly depressing remarks. But also quite optimistic, because even for our middle-aged men, there's some future, perhaps, in startups. Okay, so now please, I would like to give the floor to Tomáš Jelínek, Executive Board Member of Czech-Israeli Innovation and Partnership Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's tough to speak after those two great speakers, because Yuval represents the continuity of innovations in Israel. It didn't start yesterday, it has a long history. And Linda, represents the emotion. So the craziness of Israelis to, want to be innovators. I remember that when we had the first Czech-Israeli Innovation Day in Biotsev, one of the professors from Weizmann said, I have difficulties to get the PhD students from Israel. They all want to do business. So it's one part of the story, and it's a reality, and it's something what we can see the opportunity for the Czech-Israeli collaboration. I would like to go more back to the questions what we got from the moderator, and this is if the Israeli experience and mentality is transferable to other countries, meaning Czech Republic. I just finished a study on the Czech Jewish entrepreneurs in Czechoslovakia during the First Republic, and I think that many of what we see in Israel, it's part of the Jewish entrepreneur culture, which we have experienced in the region, and we have seen many interesting, innovations at the beginning of 20th century, which came from the, Czech Jewish businesses. There is definitely importance of the Jewish ability and Israeli ability to be entrepreneurial, to be concentrated on new things, finding the blue ocean instead of trying to compete in the red ocean, and looking at the whole world, which is not exactly what people in the Czech Republic are doing. I can tell you a little bit about the experience what our innovation center has been looking at, and this is looking at the innovations in the healthcare. One of the important things, it's the opening of institutions to the innovations. So we've heard the great speech from the Israeli Innovation Authority. There was the Orna Berry mentioned by Mr. Havlíček. Those are important institutions which we should follow if we want to make changes in the Czech Republic. What's another important area, it's the openness of the health insurance companies, health management organizations to innovations. They embrace innovations. They see it as their comparative advantage when they compete for clients. There is the importance of digitalization, which brought in the new area of innovations, which is the digitalization of the Israeli healthcare. Access of investors and the big innovative companies. The Nati mentioned that she used to work for the GE Health. GE Health is one of the big investors in the innovations, and it's not only one multinational company doing that. What's also important is the way how the Israeli state is developing or working with innovation doesn't do it directly through the grants only, but it's doing it through the incubators and innovation centers. And it sort of partners with the people from business, and it sort of leverage the risk they face. So there are many things we can learn from the structuring, to working with the innovative ecosystem. On the other side, what's very important for the innovation is to find the right partners. I mean, it always starts with having a good people to whom you can trust. And the Czechs and Israelis shares the story of Golem. Every Czech kid knows Golem. Few years ago, we just wanted to do a drawing which would the Czechs and Israelis would see that this is Golem. We had it was the most difficult part of the project. So this is the Golem which is understood by the Czech and Israelis. So it's not the Golem from the Czech fairy tale we know, but it's the Golem which can work. It's the Golem from the cyber, and it's the Golem with the human heart. So this is a bridge which you need to build. Sort of Czechs need to get rid of the fairy tales, and they need to see the real world. I visited 3 startups during my last stay in Israel in September. There was not startups, the innovative companies. One of them was a company which was founded in 70s, concentrated on the prototypes for the developing prototypes for the innovative companies. The guy started it as a student who finished Technion, and his father left to US. So he was sort of obliged to take his small company. Today it's a successful business which he's exiting, which is doing for the defense industry and for the health sector interesting prototypes. After, there were people who set up their startups like Yuval, someone who was successfully exiting his health tech startup like 7 years ago and working on the new startups. And there was the guy who had the military experience and who is now introducing his blood count movable equipment at the world market. So all those stories are a little different, but they have something in common, and this is the practicality and courage to take a risk and to be the good businessman, what's usually missing in the Czech Republic. So there is opportunity to complement the Israeli partners with our engineering and technical and analytical skills. And usually the Israelis are much better in predicting the business opportunities.
Thank you very much. So now, please, for a very short remark, Pavel Kysilka from 6D Academy.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you very much for having me here. I started my personal cooperation with Israel in the 90s when I was really young and had hairy head. And naturally, I was in the leadership of the Czech National Bank, and we admired what the small central bank in Israel did. And Jakob Frankel, the governor at that time, helped us enormously because we really lacked experience with the new market economy and monetary policies. So that was a great start. And I continue until today with the central bankers in Israel. My last discussion there was they wanted me to discuss how to avoid strengthening of national currency when you discover gas, oil, and you are really reaching this very interesting discussion. Then we cooperated very much when I worked for the Erste, Česká spořitelna, and after we established 6D, we started to cooperate with the startup community in Israel. We brought dozens of fintechs from Israel to the country to join them with the insurance and financial sector here in the country. And that time I learned how did the things work in the area of cooperation in reality. Karel Havlíček mentioned several similarities, including the sense of humor between the two nations. I would mention one very important. you can hardly find countries in the world that would have similar concentration of talents as we have in this country, in the Czech Republic, and then you can find in Israel. Really, it's measurable, and it's known. The saturation and concentration of talents is unbelievable here and there. And it was always for me difficult to understand how come that the difference in the business mentality, why the difference is so wide and large and big. Really, I am not going now to repeat the excellent description of the business mentality in Israel. I like it here. Really, I like it. I can, and you all know, I can mention excellent examples here of business mentality and business success and symbiosis between startup community, investors, business, education, research, and even state administration. But those are excellent exceptions here. That's the, and the roots of it is really, I don't know the reason, but the differences in mentality, in culture. Yeah? We are risk averse here, very much risk averse. We are perfectly organized in processes. Risk management and legal aspects are very important, not only in the state sector or big corporate, which is something that I know well, but even in small, medium-sized companies. We recently, my sad experience was when we brought excellent solutions for some very good and very known and popular and very successful medium-sized business in the country. It was so difficult to join them with excellent solutions that we brought from Israel to the country, because you know the risk managers, lawyers, and everybody explained how difficult it is, why it wouldn't work. You know, Israelis or Americans, they try it. They go for the trial, and then if it works, so they implement. If it doesn't work, they say, thank you very much, it was an interesting experience. And that's exactly for me the topic that we should concentrate here in the country. Because without it, we will not be able to enhance the potential of mutual cooperation in business. We are excellent in cooperation, and I love it. In political area, in mutual support as well, but still we have unbelievable opportunity in the area that we are for here today for. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe let me follow up with some questions. First for Yuval Ben-Itzhak. When I looked up Evolution Equity Partners, I realized that I have known you since like forever, because I actually worked as a contractor for one of your investment companies, so for AVG, like 20 years ago, something. But what made you invest in Czechia, in this kind of companies? Because you are mainly, as far as I understand it, you mainly invest in cybersecurity and this kind of defense-oriented companies. So why do you think that, let's say, Czechia and Israel share those aspects? Because the Czech cybersecurity sector is very, very powerful, and also the Israeli, obviously. So what's the angle here?
First of all, there are phenomenal engineers in the Czech Republic. A lot of university in Brno, in Prague, that every year create amazing engineers that are not less smart or capable than engineers in Israel or in other places around the world. And for investors, and as you said, we invested in AVG, and I was part of AVG. We invested in Tatum in Brno. We invested in other companies over here, yes, in the topic of cybersecurity, because amazingly in the Czech Republic, the two largest consumer antivirus companies are here, Avast and AVG. I mean, it's not that trivial. You don't see it anywhere in the world, but it happened over here in this country, thanks to great founders and entrepreneurs. So for us as investors, that looking for opportunities, we're seeing that, and we hope to see more, actually, because we think the talent is the right talent. There is some other aspect, as my colleagues here on the panel mentioned, the motivation, the interest, the benefit of entrepreneurs, of employees that take an extra risk. Will they get a return if that risk will actually, they manage to overcome that? So I think there are other things, an opportunity that people hear from government. So I think there's a lot of idea how to push that forward and how to move that. But for us as investors, given the talent over here, given the capabilities, of course, it's a great opportunity to invest, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe, Linda, I was mainly interested in what you said about failure. You know, we Czechs are very much risk-averse. It's seen here, and you said it very well with press, for example, that, you know, if you fail, like, I don't know, like just last week, our system for applying for a middle school failed. So it was like full in the press, you know, and there were some quite not quite nice articles about the chairman of the company or the organization that that does it. But in a way, it was a failure, but we can learn from it. So why do you think that there's so much difference between like Czechia and Israel in terms of how we perceive failure?
I think one of the reasons is that Pavel mentioned it. We are really risk averse. The second reason, my Israeli friends tell me, well, Linda, we must innovate. It's a matter of life and death. It's a matter of survival. You are never pushed to the edge. At the same time, after my first critical remarks, here I'll be more optimistic. As Yuval mentioned, we have the companies here. Let's look at us and sell our self-confidence. Let's work on our PR and brand name as Czechia, really successful country. Look how many successful companies we have. And what we need is we need more examples. We need more examples of those unicorns. I'm looking for especially forward to those unicorns coming from universities, because this will bring the mentality shift. So suddenly, people, when leaving unis, will not be willing to work for government or Google or some big corporation, but in Israel, they want to work for their own startup to sell it to big corporation. And this is one thing I'm truly looking forward. But definitely without changing the mindset, without changing the educational system a bit, without changing the grant system and the evaluation system, will not move forward.
Well, that's what you said, Mr. Jelínek, right? That the grant system has to be changed.
This could be one option. If I can briefly respond to Linda, the learning from the mistakes, it's the historical things. The David Gutman, the big star of the 19th century of this region, learned from the failure of his father, and he sort of find out with his brother new way how to sell call people in the cities. So there is always sort of, you know, my point is that the Israeli experience, it's significantly the Jewish experience, is finding the new area of business and being more risk averse. What was mentioned here, it's exactly the part of the Jewish entrepreneurial behavior which has been proved in many studies historically. So the risk averse ability to take the higher risk, it's something what's part of the story. You probably noticed that what the Nati mentioned was that the Israeli Innovation Authority is taking royalties from the successful projects. So the state becomes a partner for investment. It's not always appreciated, it's not always good, but it's a different way of behavior, and they are creating much tougher conditions for the businesses than we have here in the Czech Republic, that you can succeed with the publications and exhibitions when you do innovations. So I think if we seriously want to bring in some know-how, it's definitely proper debate with the Israeli Innovation Authority, and importantly, they have their own research section. So they should know which things work and why. And this is an opportunity for the Czech Republic, definitely.
So perhaps maybe a little bit of change from the government as well, right? I mean, like there are there are a few politicians here in the room with us. I hope still. I've seen some members of the Chamber of Deputies here. Obviously, the Deputy Speaker of the House is here or was here. So maybe maybe we can convey some message to the politicians as of like what kind of innovation they should do. Yeah, you are grabbing the mic. You want to speak, obviously. Yeah, thanks.
I think governments, once they recognize the value, and I think it was mentioned on the previous talk, 30% of the taxes, 50% of the exports. It's a tremendous value for the country, and if you put it as a priority. And you said, yeah, I want to achieve that because I already have the resources. As we said, we have the engineers, we have the talent over here. The only thing, there are two things that the government can do, and it's not that complicated. The first is to compensate on the risk that the entrepreneurs are taking. We just mentioned here, entrepreneurs are taking a risk, and employees in startups are taking a risk because they can work in a much more secure environment. But if they take in the high risk, they should get the reward, and that relates to the taxes they are paying for the rewards, for the exit, or for whatever rewards they're getting. And that's tremendous. It's also for the investors. And that's something Israel did many years ago. To enable a market, the politician can make a simple decision and say, if they succeed, let's give them benefit because they took a huge risk. But the rewards for the country, it's the high taxes they're getting because and every exit, there's a lot of taxes involved. There's a lot of employees that are highly paid. They're paying taxes. They enable the economy around that, and that's exactly what happened in Israel. The second thing is on the immigration side. I had to, when I came to the Czech Republic in 2009, it took almost 18 months to get my visa to work over here. Now, I appreciate every person who wants to come to the country, but I had choices. I could go somewhere else. You can ask my wife. She sits over here, over there. We could go to the US. It was much easier to go over there. We choose to come here. Still don't know why, but I love it. 13 years I'm here and I still love the place. But it was a very difficult process. Although the country would just get benefit. They get our taxes, support. I don't need to get any social support. I'm not a refugee. I think 5 years ago when I had to hire, when I was the chief executive officer of Social Baker, we hired people from Spain, from Brazil, because there was a shortage of engineers over here. Again, they had to go through 8 months through immigration process just to get them in. And they're paying high taxes. Trust me, I know exactly how much they paid. A lot of benefit for the country, but still, it was a high bar as there were refugees that depend on the social system over here. So I think for the country, there are very simple 2 decisions to make. First, it's a priority. It means give benefits for people to enable the economy. And second, make the immigration process pretty simple, because in the US, it took me 2 weeks to get an O1 visa and to be a legal person in the US to work. Why do I need 8 months or 18 months as it was 12 years ago? So it would be easier.
Yeah, thank you for that. The immigration angle is actually something that I would like to explore further. Maybe, Mr. Kysilka, if you can let's say, elaborate on that, because I think that we are depriving ourselves of like smart people with making this as hard as possible. I have a friend who has a wife who's Indian, and he said that like it was so hard to bring her here. They all thought that that he's coming into some sort of fake marriage. So the officials they submitted her to some sort of like a heightened scrutiny or something like that. And obviously after the war in Russian aggression to Ukraine, many smart Russians emigrated from Russia, and they emigrated into Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan and this kind of countries. And I know there's a national security angle obviously here, but we are much better and nicer place. No disrespect to Kyrgyzstan, I guess, but we are much nicer place than Kyrgyzstan. So why didn't they come to us?
I will follow on the topic. My experience, positive experience, was when we when we bought Česká spořitelna, invited the managers from United States, from the other even Central European countries, etc. By the way, Jack Stack, my predecessor in the Česká spořitelna, when he came, he admired how talented we are and hardworking. He only said, "Guys, we must learn one thing: implement today, fix tomorrow, and learn to fail, fail to learn." And he said, we will change our company into education institution. So migration helped us, and education of people. And the example of Singapore, it was very poor country. Today it's top 3 in the world. They started with the education system reform, really deep and profound reform of education system. So I would rely on the 2 pillars: free movement of people and excellent education system. And my experience is that it's possible to change something that we call in economics homo se assecurans, self-secured man, to homo economicus. Yeah? And even my risk manager in Spořitelná at the end of the day once said, "No risk, no fun."
Linda, I wanted to follow up on my immigration question. I saw that.
Yes. Why don't we just employ women? You know, I know that there are very many companies that are bringing people overseas with all these visa and so on, instead of providing 2 part-time, shorter working days. This is something I just don't understand. The same, look at lifelong learning. We have people that are 50 plus that we are sort of begging to retire instead of giving them the skills and the opportunities that they could bring to the society. So I'm all for relaxed immigration. At the same time, let's not forget how Czech Republic scores really poorly on losing the talents that we have. Educated women from universities that have to stay 3 or 4 years at home due to lack of infrastructure and so on. And let's not forget the generation 50 plus, because they'll be here for a while.
Yeah. By the way, how does Israel score on the women part-time employment?
Very well, because in Israel, the maternity leave is quite short. I believe it's 3 months that can be extended up to 6 months. Yes, thank you, Ravit. And in Israel, that's one thing, it's that children are not women's business. Children are future of the society. So it's natural that mother is taking of them. Well, we all know that child has a father as well. So you see very many fathers taking care of children. You see very many grandmothers. You see very many community care without having the proper toilet per square meter, without having nanny educated almost with bachelor or PhD and special written dissertation and so on, which are the Czech care facility requirements and so on. So sometimes let's think about these solutions that are really, I would say, at hand. That's number 1. And number 2, we were asking or discussing what government can do. I think government here is to set up the rules, give some incentives, and also discuss or suggest priorities. Currently, I was trying to find it on my mobile, I failed, but Israel has 7 priorities. Perhaps some experts can help me to find out. They have food tech that was mentioned, they have deep tech, they have AI, and so on. Czechia currently has more than 270 research priorities. Well, that means we have none.
Yeah, or maybe. Yeah, I cannot find anything positive on having 270 priorities. You're right. I was thinking hard, but nothing. And obviously, like regarding the maternity, I remember that last year the Czech government abolished tax incentives for company maternity wards, so or maternity, like kindergartens. So we have probably a long way to go, let's say, towards the immigration of women to the labor market. If I can say, but you want just one remark. We have Slido here on the QR code with Slido link. So if you want to ask something via Slido, then you can, and I will ask my colleagues who are here with tablet. Lukáši, are you here with the extra tablet? And I will be able to read it if there are some questions from the audience. Are there some questions from the audience we can take? Okay. So maybe I wanted you wanted to react to what Linda said, I guess.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to the immigration things because
thanks.
When I visited those 3 companies in Israel in September, in all 3 companies there were either the first generations of people coming from the former Soviet Union or the second generation. So we already mentioned that the certain projects were created in Israel in the 90s to incorporate the Russian-speaking immigrants who didn't speak Hebrew or even didn't speak proper English, and they could not be part of at the time the business world. So they created their own world, and later the state was surprised that the Sabra Israelis were so excited about doing business that they sort of applied for the projects as well. And this is how, by accident, the whole, the innovative culture started. And after the government took the opportunity to do the good PR. So I would like to compare what the Czech Republic did with the inflow of Ukrainians and how this opportunity was taken by Israel. There is a big difference in sort of using the talent and that. And talking about women in Israel, just the friend of mine who came here just told me that in current war conflict, the women were, great surprise for the society that they took such a, successful fighting. The combat experience in a way that the whole society admired them. So this is also something what sort of needs time and evolution and cannot be implemented, can be admired, and in a way could be followed. I wanted to say that what could be also a challenge for the Czech state is the each university in Israel has the know-how transfer center. There is association of the know-how transfer centers. In the Czech Republic, this goes very slowly. We have some prime institutions like WOHAP, which works with the Weizmann. They are really playing the first league, and they could teach the others how to do it. And there are some good corns in the region, so there would be also the sharing the experience and promoting it in the society with the same PR push like what we see in Israel.
Perhaps speaking about IOCB Tech, there were 2 successful rounds of Czech young scientists going to Israel. And they were not only doing studies or helping in labs, but also they were touring the Israeli ecosystem. So I can say these 2 rounds were very successful, and we had scientists coming there, and perhaps eventually we might have entrepreneurs in science coming back. So following up on what Tomáš said, these mutual exchanges starting really at a young age and showing the whole ecosystem and what we can learn on it and bring it back to the Czech Republic gives me hope.
Maybe a question from the audience. I think that it would be best for Yuval. Why does Israel have better startups than Czechia? What is the difference? I don't know if they're better, maybe more.
There's more. There's one thing that is unique in Israel. As I said, the engineers are in the same quality, the country is in the same size. So what's the difference? The difference is, at least the way I see it, is that the mandatory military service brings very young people at 18 years old, 19 years old, exposed to very unique research project, very unique technologies, very early in their journey. I remember myself, I was in the intelligence technology units. When I finished my service and I went back to the market, I looked what the market is doing and I was laughing. I said, you are dealing with 5 years old technology. We were dealing something much more advanced. And what makes it drives a lot of the people to create technology as startups and to serve the global market, because the market in Israel is so small, you're not even thinking about it as a market. Very much like here, the local market is the country is relatively small. You need to think, the global market, and that drives a lot of the economy of startups in Israel that makes it unique in the world. But I'm not saying that it cannot happen over here as well. But that's what makes it unique in Israel.
Thank you. Maybe Pavel wanted to add something, or?
Yeah, that's extremely and very unique factor. On the other hand, if you go to States, they are not in a war. They are always in a war, but you find the mentality. And it's a positive case of our startups here. They were positively surprised when you offer something in the States to a company. They will try it immediately. Yeah? Without any obstacles, they are ready for it. They know NDAs, which is not the case here. I have one of the sad experiences here where we put together one startup from Israel with university and business. The university, local university here in the country, wasn't able to elaborate the NDA for the pilot cooperation, etc. So yes, there are some unique features, but as well as we mentioned repeatedly, mentality, and we have excellent examples. Avast was mentioned here, and Professor Pichouček is excellent example how to migrate from education to research to investment community, and then to business. He's the one of the best experts on AI.
And then back to education.
Yes, we can. You mentioned it.
That's why we hired him to Evolution, because he's such a great person, right?
And we can study the positive cases here, and we can study why it happened, why several other excellent examples happened very positively in the country. And at the same time, what were the obstacles and what challenges? Yeah? It could help. And again, when I mentioned that I strongly believe that a strong, deep, profound reform of education system can help. Again, you can find schools here when the teachers are people with deep experience from business, state administration or so, and they invite the people from business and research, etc., etc. My guess is, I know the sector well, that 10 to 15% of schools are really very open to it, and they really can bring the children to the level we would love, and the other can follow. So we have good examples as well, but it's not still the carpet bomber. It's not a rule. It's still more exception.
But maybe for you, Linda, is the regulatory environment here like conducive to entrepreneurship, do you think, in Europe? Because I remember that when I talked to, it was like 10 years ago, to people who wanted to found their own startup, they said like, yeah, we are two guys and we have to first hire the lawyer. You know, as the third employee must be the lawyer.
Well, these days I would say the second employer should be the lawyer here in the EU. Just again, illustration from Israel. I learned from my friend. She said, well, if you pay taxes and if you happen to pay higher amount, the government will give you back the percentage of the interest. That's how they respect you, because it was your money and you could use it for something else. Okay, so again, the burden here is extreme. EU regulation, GDPR regulation. I know I was following collaboration of Škoda Auto Digilab in Israel, and they were looking for some best practices, not only from automotive, but also from human resources, education, and so on. And this was mainly impossible to bring here because of GDPR. So again, the regulation here, I think there should be some safety and security for consumers, but at the same time, not to the detriment of trying, testing, and innovation.
True, true. Mr. Jelínek, wanted to add?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that sort of changing regulation, I mean, is the same like changing educational system. I mean, we can talk about it next 20 years. But what could be done very quickly is that defining the strategical goals for the Czech Republic, it could be political decision. And sort of what's important is building the connection to the key innovative ecosystem in the world. I mean, Israeli ecosystem doesn't exist on its own. I mean, it's strongly connected mainly to the US. We mentioned it a few times. There is more than 100 Israeli companies at the US stock exchange. Some of them started as these startups. Some of them are presented here as well today. And there is also you know, it's not only in the hands of government; it's also in the hands of the civil society. I mean, when we had the first Czech-Israeli Innovation Day on the smart healthcare in Olomouc, we had the eHealth Ventures, which is one of the incubators, also at the time co-financed by Israeli Innovation Authority, going from Olomouc to China to establish their office there. Yeah. So the sort of ability to communicate with the areas which are important for the global development of the innovations, it's extremely important. And from my experience, I know that even the Czechs who are talented and they have their own innovation, they better do business in US than in Europe. And this is also the case of Israeli startups who think globally. They better go to Brazil with their telemedicine solution. They look to Asia, and the Europe is not for them the key market usually.
Oh, that's a little bit sad. And with this remark, our time is actually up. Thank you very much for our panelists. Thank you. Yuval, Ben-Itzhak, thank you, Linda Štucbartová, Tomáš, Jelínek, Pavel, Kysilka. And we will continue with our second panel. Thank you very much. Okay, so guys, there was not supposed to be coffee break, so I'll ask our members of the second panel if they can sit down, and we will begin shortly. I understand that everyone is psyched about new experiences from the first panel about startup nation mentality, but maybe we can return to the room and sit down again. So we'll begin shortly. Please return to the room. Pan Frank.
Hi, David. It's ready, then you can begin with the presentation, I guess. No, that's okay.
Lukáši. Okay, so guys, if you sit down, thank you. We'll begin shortly with the okay, so if you come here back into the room, please. Okay. So we have a second panel here. We will talk about inspiration for joint projects with Czech and Israeli companies. We have a lot of great examples of cooperation coming up from our terrific set of panelists. I have to unfortunately excuse Professor Martásek, who has unfortunately fallen ill this morning and could not make it here. So our panelists include Lieutenant General retired Miroslav Žižka, who's managing director of LPP s.r.o, Mr. Omer Frank, who's marketing and business development director of Elbit Systems, Mr. Sagi Mizrahi, co-founder and vice president of business development in Bagira, and Mr. David Marek, who's executive director of Springtime Ventures s.r.o. So I'm your moderator again. My name is Ondřej Malý. And we will begin with the presentation of General Žižka and Mr. Frank. So please, guys, you have the floor.
Hey, good morning. My name is Omer Frank. Thank you much for the short introduction. It's not working? Working. Before I start with the business, a very short presentation, I just like to say as a person, as a human, as an Israeli, that we are coming from a very, difficult situation back home. We traveled a few thousand miles, kilometers here to this beautiful city of Prague, with all the history, cultures, and the cities here. But deep inside, we are hurting. Our brothers and sisters are suffering in this tragic war. And especially in these times, it's very warm-hearting to get this support from a country so far away, and this peaceful country. You can just live on your lives, and you don't have to care about us. And still, you are having and holding these events here and supporting us in our fight to free our, again, brothers, sisters, and children from this terrible hostage they are kept in. So thank you very much for that. Dziękuję. A short presentation about the company, about Elbit. So my name is Omer Frank, and I'm presenting the UAS, what we call drones or UAVs business unit. And I used to be an Israeli Air Force guy myself. I'm not sure this click operates. Oh, there it is. So I only have like 4 slides, and then you can later on feel free to ask me any questions. First about all, Elbit is now today the main manufacturer of drones, of UAVs for the Israeli Defense Forces. We're responsible for the majority, we like to say 85% of all of the drones and UAVs which are flying in all the spectrum, from very small one to the very big one, more than a ton, and used by the Air Force and by the Army forces and intelligence forces, mainly to get better intelligence, and at the end of the day, save human lives, both sides, when you can distinguish between the bad and the good people. It's quite slow, I'm pressing, and then I have to wait. Maybe you can help me? I don't know. Oh, there it is. So we have a very small UAV from something like 8 kilograms, you can throw it, and to more than 1 ton. And our biggest advantage is that we have the entire package, and everything is linked together, and everything is fully communicating with each other, and it saves a lot of manpower. And now Czech Republic and Israel is very similar regarding the number of soldiers we have and the way we operate as a forces. And there was in the previous discussion a question about the risk management and why we're a startup nation and everything, and everybody basically, even and Ezra Yuval came from talked about, it came from intelligence. So we unfortunately are pushed every few years to our limits, and we have to develop newer advanced technologies. And I think this is one of the key reasons why Israel has so many successful startups, because we all go through the army, and the army faces and has to face new challenges all the time, and being challenged and pushed to these limits. And therefore we have to develop, we must, for our survival, we have to develop newer and newer technologies, which later on goes to the civil companies. And UAVs is a great example of that, because UAV, it's not only the aircraft, you have multiple sensors, payloads, it's electromagnetic payloads, electro-optic payloads, radars, communication, everything you can imagine and more is on top of the UAV, and of course the communication to the ground and encryption and cyber protection and all of those topics, and of course the ground communication and the connectivity and the networking and everything. So all of these kind of technologies are all embedded inside a UAV, and in UAV, for me, I come mainly from this field, but it's the most interesting field to work in, because you have like coverage of almost all of the topics all in one. It's not just a singular issue that you focus in. So in Elbit, we are very proud that we are leading the technology in Israel, and I think in the world we are definitely in the top row of manufacturers and capabilities. And about the relationship with Czech Republic, as I mentioned, we get all this great relationship politically wise and even personally wise when I meet people here in the Czech Republic in the last few years that I'm visiting here often. And it's really a pleasure for me to do business here. And eventually, after a lot of research and meetings, we have chosen LPP as our partners. We found them highly advanced and growing company in fields which are related to what I was just mentioning. And in our DNA as in Elbit, what we are looking in the countries is for long-term relationship. We're not looking just for the single success sale, but to produce a long-term relationship and to manufacture local capabilities which will support the local needs and will go aligned with the strategy of the country as a whole and help this country not only in military needs but also in a peaceful time when we are looking for deal with immigration and smuggling of goods and lost people in the forest and floods and firefightings and all sorts of things that require some kind of eye in the sky, if you like. And a local company like LPP could be a perfect match for us, or is a perfect match for us, and this is why we've signed the MOU. And we are looking for the future for this cooperation to make this a hub of UAVs, definitely in Czech and maybe in the entire area. So basically that's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe General Žižka, would you like to add something to the presentation of your Israeli colleague?
Yes, precisely. Good morning, everybody. And first of all, I have to say that I am still, influenced by my 40 years military career, because I worked 3 years in NATO operational headquarters and 3 years as military representative of the Czech Republic in NATO and EU military committees. And you know, one of the characteristics of NATO headquarters is PowerPoint presentation. So therefore, I apologize also to Mr. Malý, because he several times emphasized, don't provide presentation. But you know, it's very difficult for us. This is the first point. Really, I welcome this opportunity to be here and to share with you some, ideas why we started cooperation and what was the inspiration for us to go for joint project with Elbit. LPP is really small company. It's part of LPP Holding, and if I just show this, it's the best how to characterize and how to show what is LPP about. You have the hexagon on the left side, and we are really focused on 3 of 5 operational domains of NATO. Land, air, and cyber. What we do is all in our house. So we produce our own hardware, software solution, and because we would like to represent the technological company or holding who is able to produce a complete system and to show the integration capability, we focus on complete solutions which are required by customers. The holding consists of few companies. I will just focus on 4 of them because the characteristic, not only that we are technological company, we are really trying to implement the elements of artificial intelligence. We are not talking about this. We are trying to really produce the solutions which are with those characteristics. LPP, as one of those, is land focus oriented. We do especially the systems for the combat platform like tank, infantry fighting vehicles, and we do especially the technological channel solutions like diagnostic unit, autonomous control of the vehicles, and prediction. This is the main focus of LPP. We have the other company, which is Quantasoft, and this is a company with focus on especially security, and the product like face recognition system and event recognition system produced by this company is, I can't mention who is the end user, for example, but this is classified info. But this production is also very good for ISR part of the using of UAVs. I will speak about it later. Aviation fly, the focus is really on aviation. We do our own ACES system. It's electronic standby instrument system and electronic flight instrument system. And we are in cooperation with other companies providing the solutions for the aircraft. Based on that, of course, very important is the use of navigation system. And I have to highlight that GPS, I don't want to say it's dead, but GPS is one of the most weaknesses of the current UAVs and UAS systems. So therefore, our focus is to replace the navigation system, GPS, by something else. We speak about optical navigation, we speak about inertial navigation. This is used not only for UAS system, but UGV system as well. And what is our inspiration for the joint project? This is the main message of my presentation. We are aware that the Czech Republic is really dependent on the production of UAV systems from abroad. We have some capability and we have some companies which are focused on different types of UAV systems, but generally we don't have a full spectrum of UAV systems. Therefore, if we take in account the current security environment and what are the experience, what is the experience from ongoing conflicts, we know that UAV system and UAV capability is one of the key factors and key drivers of the operations. So therefore, we, with Elbit systems, we came to conclusion that it will be the best choice for us to start joint cooperation and to start to create conditions for the Czech Republic to be more independent on the foreign delivery of the systems, and we have to build out our capability inside the country, because as one of the lessons learned from the conflict, and you can see it now in Europe, if something is going wrong, then there is a less of capabilities. Everybody is looking for weapons, everybody is looking for the systems, but there is not too much to get from abroad. And if we are able to produce it at home, then we have a bigger chance to survive. And the conflict on the Ukraine shows that if we speak about pieces, tens of hundreds of drones, it's a zero, it's nothing, because based on the open sources information, we are speaking about 30,000 drones and UAS systems which are lost or destroyed during 1 month. It's about 1,000 a day. So, and if we speak about pieces which are in inventory of the Czech army, we have to say for how long we can survive. This is one point, and the second is we are talking about involvement of the Czech companies. We are speaking not only about Elbit and LPP, but there is a lot of other possibilities and opportunities for other companies. And this is about bringing the technologies, provide education for the people, training the people, and of course, we will have everything at home. If you look at the system of ITAR and other license, export license, it takes months to deliver and to get equipment here. So therefore, if we have storages here, if we have production, if we have spare parts, maintenance system, everything here, it's much, much easier to be combat ready. So this is from my side, just to...
Thank you. Thank you very much, General. So now maybe for a very short, please, introduction, Mr. David Marek from Springtide Ventures. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I see that actually I'm here at the panel, the only, let's say, non-defense guy. So my presentation will be slightly different, and I will put the emphasis on the word inspiration for joint project, i.e. inspiration. Springtide is a venture capital company out of the Czech Republic, and we are pleased that we could invest in Israel, in Israeli startups, particularly in cyber, cloud, and AI for more than 8 years. This was thanks to an Israeli gentleman who many years ago was working in the Czech Republic, and then when he realized that actually his fellow friend is working for a venture capital firm, he was pushing for so long to convince us that we should really invest in Israel if we do venture capital. And I would relate to what previous panelist says, how we can get inspired. And first is that if we want to make the change happen, we need to embrace it. And sometimes it's not easy, because Israeli pushiness has results, but at first it's not the most convenient thing, especially if your Israeli colleague, when he's pushing you, he makes sure that you really receive the message, i.e. if he wants you to reply to whatever proposal, he will send you an email, WhatsApp message, and then he will call you within 5 minutes, just checking that you received it. So, but it has results, and I would say that if all parties want, then you can actually end up in a situation that as Czech, we usually start together with our colleagues in the office with responding to emails on Sunday as normal Israeli working day, and planning our vacation around Jewish holidays in October. And at the same time, our Israeli colleague reminding us whether we should not consider this or that, or something else before we jump on. So I would say a good example of this twist in mentality is what actually happened 1 week after the Hamas terrorist attack. And this is what was said, that sometimes you don't need to act. It will be imperfect, but action is better than non-action. And my Czech colleague, Karel Tušek, who is here with us, I would ask, Karel, stand up. So Karel actually realized, and we realized, that the biggest impact on Israeli ecosystem will be through the lack of resources, which actually was profound if 75% of the labor force is called into military duty. This was the main impact on the startups. So without much of a preparation, Karel actually posted a LinkedIn post called to IT talent in the Czech Republic to start with the interest, look guys, send us your CV, and if you really want to get exposure to top IT environment and IT products, this is the chance. And we actually generated quite an interest here, but we completely caught off guard our Israeli startup founders, who were so surprised that we were able to react that fast. So now more seriously on the, let's say, this was a bit like personal experience, and it worked, well, let's say, very well for us over time. And in fact, using the Israeli formula, we actually successfully brought our very successful Czech startups to the US, especially exactly like the Israeli startups tend to do that. But what we learned over time was like we were scratching our head how we could actually bring the Israeli mindset to the Czech Republic and learn from that. Because you can read books about that, and there is a lot of books, but you have to experience it. Otherwise, it's basically like reading about something is quite different than experience it on with your own skin. So part of that was, okay, we have a great we were so thinking we have a great IT talent in the Czech Republic, but this IT talent really lacks the entrepreneurial mindset spirit. So we were thinking, okay, why don't we actually create an opportunity for Israeli startups to establish R&D centers in the Czech Republic, and whereby initially help some of the IT guys and IT teams to work for the Israeli startups, and with this in mind to transfer the entrepreneurial DNA on them. Second, and I think it was mentioned many times, I would say we have in the industry quite complementary skill set. I mean, Czech Republic, and I will just mention one example, is very well known for its precision engineering, let's say manufacturing, high manufacturing standards. On the other hand, Israel is very well known for IT, cyber, cloud. And we thought, why don't we create a platform for making sure that these partnerships will happen? And we think that in the middle, and will be actually quite interesting to hear from you, how the collaboration was initiated, actually. Because our experience is that it's not enough to just exchange emails and expect that the magic will happen. No, because of what I said in the initially, because of the Israeli pushiness and Czechs, I would say, eagerness for imperfection. Without somebody who understands the points of view of both sides and the mentality differences, the magic may not happen. And the third point is that we thought that it would be great to expose the best Czech startups to, I would say, Israeli recipe how to succeed. And that is why we are preparing the first Czech-Israeli startup accelerator, and with Ira Saul Rubinstein in the first line. And Karel Tušek, we just 14 days ago, after 1 year of preparation, created Czech-Israeli Technology and Innovation Forum, which aims to encourage cross-fertilization between Israeli and Czech ecosystems and for the common good. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And now, last but not least, Sagi Mizrahi from Bagheera. The floor is yours for very short remarks.
Thank you very much. So I'll thank you, everybody. I'll start from the end, and then I'll go back a bit. So Bagheera is a company that deals with training and simulation, about 250 people, with location in Israel, Holland, and Czech Republic. So today we have about 80 people working in Czech Republic, in Brno. We have our own facility owned by us, more than 1,000 square meters, and now we're looking for a new one because we're growing. We have about more than 200 million Czech crowns in turnover a year. And we employ, I think, more than 50 local subcontractors throughout Czech Republic. So we established the company about 8 years ago. A bit about my background, how I got to Czech Republic. So the first time I was here was about 18 years ago. Visited Prague, Olomouc, Slavkov, and Brno, of course. And that's how I got introduced to a company that dealt with training and simulation. And for many years, we used them as our subcontractors. Eventually, we ended up teaming with the son of the founder of that company called Ecom. His name is Martin Jendel. He's now a co-founder of Bagheera here. And we established together the company here in the Czech Republic, in Brno. Started with 2 people about 8 years ago, and today about 80 people. So I think everything that we spoke about, I think we materialized it. And it's very interesting to see the difference in culture between Israel and Czech Republic. Okay? And we try to mix it and to make it work for better production, better manufacturing, et cetera, and it's from the small things. Okay, so if you go in Israel and you go to see the sink, it's always dirty with dishes. If you go in Czech Republic, it's spotless clean. Everybody cleans his own dish. Okay, if you go in Israel to the software area, it's always noisy. Everybody's on the phone. If you go here in Czech Republic, it's quiet, silent, okay? In Israel, everybody likes to sit with their back to the wall. In Czech Republic, everybody sits with the back to the door. You know, it's like these little differences in culture, but we decided we're not going to change it. Each country has its own, you know, unique way of handling. And if you try to change it, it doesn't work. You just need to live with it and to let it work together. So, and it's been working very well for the past 8 years. Whoever wants to come visit us is more than welcome. So we are doing, taking advantage of the unique knowledge of manufacturing here and engineering knowledge, which is impeccable. And of course, using Israeli chutzpah, we said, pushingness, et cetera. And we're selling all around Europe. Actually, tomorrow I'm heading to Brno. We have 4 customers, 4 people coming from Netherlands to visit us for a factory acceptance test. A few weeks ago, we had people from the UK. So it's interesting to see it.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess that my kids are a little bit Jewish because they do not wash their own dishes. So.
They should come to Brno. 3 days, they're going to get education.
Yeah. I'll take your word for that. So let's begin with questions. I will also remind you that we still have Slido operating. So if you have any questions, then you can write them on Slido. But let's start with Elbit and LPP. There's a lot of talk about ESG rules interfering with investment into military companies. Have you experienced that? That you have, for example, like problems in securing bank loans in European Union or anything like that? Because I don't know if it's a rumor or it's true, but if you can elaborate on that.
I can speak on our side. I think the problem is not only in the Czech Republic, but we know that the problem is in Europe completely. And yes, there is a problem, but everything is in the process to solve it. We are a part of a section for defense industry of chamber. And there is a discussion with the banks, with the representatives of the banks, because each bank has its own approach. One of the challenges is if you need export licenses, if you need investment money, if you need insurance to solve, not everything is easy. And the discussions are still in the process. The solution, it's not visible yet, but the situation is changing and it's getting a little bit more positive.
Sagi, have you had any problems with that, with like some sort of operational financing or securing a loan with ESG rules? That since you are a military adjacent company, that
we don't use loans.
All right,
we have it easy. We had a problem with financing the building that we bought here. So after we bought it, we wanted to get a loan, and then they told us the rule here is that you cannot get a loan after you buy the building. You need to get a loan before you buy it. So this is Czech rules, which are not in Israel, but this is the only thing that we were facing.
And any problems with dual-use licensing or something like that?
Currently, as I mentioned before, we don't have a dual-use license because we sell mainly to government or defense ministries. So, but we don't have any problem with that currently.
And General Žižka, you have mentioned that you had some sort of problems with dual-use licensing, which is for defense companies, it's like a extra bureaucratic hurdle that you have to overcome, I guess. So if you can elaborate on that.
I don't know who is there from the Ministry of Interior, or not Interior.
Industry and Trade.
Industry and Trade and Foreign Affairs, because it was the issue of especially Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yes, sometimes it is a problem, but you know, if you speak with customs, they have different view. One office is saying this is not dual use, this is use. Normally you can get the license. If you go to the other city and to speak with them, they have different view. And yeah, sometimes it is a trouble.
Maybe a hint for our bureaucratic friends here in audience that they shall make the licensing easier for our innovative companies.
Can I add something?
Yeah, sure.
One beautiful thing you have here, and it's quite unique to the Czech Republic, at least from my experience, is that you have the industrial cooperation under the Ministry of Defense, and they are responsible for all the cooperation between companies, in my case Israeli and Czech companies, and they are really helping us to solve any issue. It doesn't matter which one. Could be licensing, it could be other issues. So it's very good to have this kind of department, and I can only say that from my experience working with them, they are extremely efficient and very open-minded, and really trying to push and help all sorts of cooperation and sort all the bureaucracy things.
Oh, so shout out to Ministry of Defense, right? Okay, David, there are like many VC companies in Czechia who usually invest in CE region. You know, it's normal for our venture capitalists to focus on Central and Eastern Europe. Why did you choose Israel? Like, what's the?
Yeah, it's a good question. Again, I said at the start was our Israeli partner, Sivan Kanev, who we call mother and father of our Israeli cooperation. So I would generally say that it's well recommended to start investing in Israel with local knowledge and Israeli in the team because of the vastness of the Israeli ecosystem. It's really great if you have this local knowledge. Why we continued? Because simply from risk-return profile, it made more sense. I mean, I'll just give you an example. In the sector domain that we follow, i.e. cyber and cloud, in Israel there is over 700 active startups only in this domain. This is like more than the whole Czech startup ecosystem. So it says a lot. So it works, but we have not decided to neglect fully the Czech ecosystem, and that is why we are behind this initiative to set up the first Czech-Israeli accelerator, because we think that it would be great to enrich the Czech startup scene with the best practice from Israel. And we think that we are well propositioned to help achieving that.
Well, thank you very much. And let's focus on our audience questions. The question for guys from Elbit and LPP. Is there a chance that we will see your products working for Ukraine? That would be great. And don't say it's classified, please.
It's classified. I'm just kidding. It's quite simple answer. Basically, there are all the regulations in Israel requires us to get pre-license for every country. Currently, the situation is that we are not allowed to share anything basically with Ukraine. It's not in Elbit's hands or anything. It's a political decision. So as long as the products are Elbit's product, then the answer is currently no, of course. You should ask this question to the political level. And if it will be a Czech product, then it's under the Czech regulations.
General Žižka?
Yeah, I just, everybody probably who is involved to the cooperation and especially some agreement about delivery of military stuff to the Ukraine. They know, LPP is involved to this process, and we deliver to the Ukraine some stuff, but based on the regulation, when it will be the Czech product, then we can do it, but not if it's still Elbit product.
Maybe Sagi, are you providing training to the Ukrainian soldiers?
As my colleague mentioned, we have some limitation in Israel, but we can provide the systems if it goes through Czech Republic. So if anybody has an initiative how to make your government buy it and sell it to the Ukraine, we are free to do it. So and we will be glad to do it, of course. So yeah, it's open and we are in the process.
So yeah, so overcoming some sort of sanction systems in a good way can be quite good, right?
Definitely, if it's for a good cause.
Good cause, yeah. Yeah, the question for you again, is your company using virtual or extended reality for trainings and simulations? And for General Žižka as well, please. No, for you.
For me.
For you and for General Žižka as well. So.
Rank first. Senior first.
Not yet, but recently we, the owners of LPP, visited Bagra company, and I got the message from my boss that I should speak to Sagi and to start some negotiation with him.
That's what we are here for, right? Okay. Anything about AI and virtual reality?
Yeah, that's part of our game. So we do AI and VR and different kind of systems all the time, and we try to keep to be on the edge of technology with whatever we do. So it's all available on YouTube. You do Bagheera Systems, you can see a lot of nice things on YouTube.
Yeah, there are still lots of questions coming about like what are the delivery restrictions of your products to other than Israeli customers. So I guess that you answered that. It's
what is there?
The restrictions of delivery of your products to other than Israeli customers.
Yeah, we have today. It's very technical, but there is like marketing licenses and manufacture and the production licenses. But as far as marketing licenses, we're basically free to market all around the world. The only countries we can't market to are Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, I think, and that's it. But other than that, we're pretty free to market wherever we want.
Yeah, maybe let's switch to non-military topics. I was wondering, when you exit your investments, do you use Israeli stock exchange or like Tel Aviv stock exchange, or do you prefer to go to the US or UK or somewhere else?
I would say that in general, the typical path towards exit of Israeli startups are large trade buyers, primarily from the US, guys like Palo Alto, Google, IBM. We had such exits already from our portfolio. And I would say there is, let's say, no secret. It's public knowledge that Israeli startups, particularly in the cyber and cloud, are very interesting targets, primarily for US tech giants. And when you asked about that, I would just mention one thing, which is again related to what the past panel or previous panel mentioned, and it's really that Israel was able to become the cybersecurity powerhouse within 10 years. Within 10 years. So I would really say, and again, this goes to the mentality, and it's like basically start even if things are not perfect, because start is better than to wait, because the scarcest resource you have with completely inflexible supply is time. And the problem with time is that as we have this kind of like fear to fail, because we will be punished for the failure, is that first of all we wait for perfect constellation of stars that will never happen, and second we strive to perfectionism. So and then once we have something we think perfectly ready, then we launch it to the market, and we realize that the market is completely different. So all this is wasted, or our efforts is wasted, and we just lost the time. So that is why Czech economy has the problem to catch up, because we are always too late. So this is the inspiration from Israel, and I think that it really goes for every Czech company, and that is why we set up the CITIF, the Czech-Israeli Technology and Innovation Forum, to really help to make things happen. Because sometimes you feel like, especially if you are like mid-size Czech company with still family founder, okay, I know that I should innovate in AI, etc. How? We are here to help responding with how and with whom. So we really want to use our experience to help Czech economy and Czech entrepreneurs.
Thank you. One thing that came up on my mind is you usually invest into cybersecurity startups. Is there any other industry that you feel will be, for example, very interesting in near future, like 5 years? That's not so near future, but in 5 years, let's say.
Well, we obviously kind of like need to constantly rejuvenate ourselves. So obviously, if we think that in order to generate superior returns, you should concentrate on areas which you understand, because this is both like, would say, it increases the probability that you will choose the right firm, the right investment, and also to avoid the bad investment. But there are obviously, I would say, areas which are near our domain, i.e. quantum computing, or areas where the cybersecurity meets biotech. So there are other areas that we further explore and where we believe that Israel is at the forefront. But again, going back to the CITIF initiative, I mean, the CITIF initiative is not exclusively about the areas that we invest in, but also in areas where Israel has something to offer, but are not at the very center of our investment focus.
Thank you. Maybe let's return to the military. Maybe Omer, Frank, do you see any other like investment that might be possible in the Czech Republic in the future, except LPP, like expand your horizons, perhaps?
Oh yes, of course. Elbit is today the biggest company in Israel. We have almost more than 18,000 employees, and we have many subsidiaries around the world, and also joint ventures and companies that we built in several countries, including in Europe. And definitely we're looking all the time for possibilities. And as my colleague, General Žižka, mentioned before, we are even looking in this opportunity of UAVs for additional companies, government-owned companies and other private companies to join this joint venture of ours and supports the local. But again, Elbit has products all over, from artilleries to shells, supporting the Air Force systems, avionics, SIGINT, Elint, radars, everything you basically can imagine, so, and more guests. We have it, so definitely once we will establish more deeply the relationship here in Czech, then we're looking for expanding our business over than only UAVs, not only.
But the thing is that we are usually talking about, you know, technology and startups, but now, as far as I understand, I'm not a military expert, you are, you know, but as far as I understand it now, the main problem is basically like manufacturing shells, you know, grenades for cannons.
It's not the main problem, no. You need, obviously, you need weapons to do the final strike, but most of the time, 95% of the mission is gathering the intelligence and getting the picture of the combat. And the bottom line, you want to have the decision maker doing the right decision in a very short span of time. And for that, you need, you know, everything. You need communication. You need to talk with the soldier. You need to understand where your soldiers are, where are their whereabouts, and what is the enemy, and where are the innocent people. So I think intelligence is the main thing, much more important than the final strike itself. And obviously, if you have cyber and other means, then you don't necessarily have to do, you know, the strike eventually. Sometimes you have other ways to engage targets.
From my side, it's good to go back probably 10, 15 years ago, when I was working on some strategy documents like defense strategy and white book for defense. There was statement that in the near future, minimum 10 years, there is no real conflict in Europe. It was a few years ago, but look at now, the situation drastically changed. And there was kind of we say we don't have enough ammunition and stuff in the storages. However, there is time for preparation and for production. And now this time is over. So as David said, time factor is key factor right now. It's key factor for decision process, because if you can implement artificial intelligence to the decision process, you are much faster, and therefore you have a bigger chance to win. And there is also a factor of the time for preparation for war, because my personal opinion is that Russia, after if the war will finish, Russia will be stronger and will be much better ready for the other conflict. The question is for how long we have the time to prepare ourselves. So this is, I think, very important. And if we speak about the area of cooperation, I didn't highlight one or two important facts about Elbit. Israel is on daily war. I say they are still monitoring the situation. The UAVs are still in the air. It's about 1,000 and 1,000 flight hours. And therefore, this is a very important factor for us, why we also decided to cooperate with Elbit. And the second is that if you take the categories, Elbit is able to produce everything from mini UAVs up to the biggest UAVs for like it's Hermes. So therefore, for us, it's really, this is the chance how to prepare ourselves and to be able, as the Czech Republic, ourselves to be ready for future conflicts.
Perfect. Maybe just to, in the end, to return to the regulatory aspect of the business. I've read a communication of the European Commission that's called Advancing European Economic Security and Introduction to 5 New Initiatives. It was published last week, and or the week before last. Regarding the economic security, which is like now a big topic in the EU, and this kind of strategic autonomy and all those protectionist measures, there are four nations outside the EU mentioned. It's US, Canada, Republic of Korea, or 3 nations, sorry, but not Israel. You know, we have talked about, like, in the keynotes and in the first panel, that the support of Israel in Czechia, it's like almost unconditional. Well, you may have seen the demonstration in the protest in when you went here, but it's like very minimal. But in the EU, it's much different. So, aren't you afraid that there might be some measures by the Commission or by the European Union in which we are like voted over? Simply, we cannot secure a majority that might harm your business in the EU.
First, I just want to say something I forgot to mention, but the reason why you feel safer in driving the trains in Czech Republic is because we sold the simulators to the Czech railway. So your drivers are training on our simulators. Just a small note. But I think it's always a risk. Right now it seems that it's okay, but for the future I think it's a matter of dealing with it in a political way and having a horizon of where we want to aspire to and not getting stuck where we are in order to avoid that, but it's definitely a risk.
I have to say that I hope you'll excuse me, but we don't really have a choice, or we don't care, in other words, because it's us or them. We didn't start this war. We are very peaceful people. If you come to Israel, you'll see. We look for peace all the time, and this terrorism attack that happened on 7 October changed the game and basically forced us to go into this horrifying war. We don't like it. We want to end it as soon as possible with minimum casualties, definitely for innocent people. But we do not take into account currently, and I'm speaking as a civilian, of course, what will be the reactions from this country or other countries. We know we are fighting a just war, and we are trying to liberate. You know, we have a 1-year-old child, which is already 4 months of his life kept hostage. I don't know even which kind of condition is kept hostage, and I hope he's alive. So there is no question if Slovenia or other country would say something against us. We know the truth. We know we are doing everything in our power to save innocent lives in both sides, and we know that we must end it.
Oh, I did not question that. I thought about the impact on your business. You know.
It could have impact on our business, but Elbit stands with the Israeli Defense Forces. This has been our DNA from day one. As I mentioned, we are the major provider of advanced technologies. That, by the way, we feel and we believe, honestly believe, that the better the technologies that we have in all the fields. By the way, you talk to AI, but it's not only AI. It's much more than that. It's data mining and machine learning. It's much more than AI. This helps the Israeli Defense Forces to minimize the number of casualties. And in general here, everybody that's been in Afghanistan or Iraq knows that it's almost impossible, not almost, it's impossible not to harm anyone when you're in a wartime. It's not possible to do not make mistakes or not make risks. You have risks everywhere. But I think the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, is the #1 in the world in the casualty numbers of involved or terrorists versus innocent lives. So we are doing all the measures we can, and we're not saving not money or weapons or even risking our own lives while we're doing that in order to save other innocents' life. So yes, we do our best, and our conscience is clear.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks to all our panelists today, to our second panel, to Mr. Omer Frank, Lieutenant General Žižka, David Marek, and Sagi Mizrahi. Thank you very much, and don't leave, please, yet, because now, right before lunch, Mr. Nir Koren will have a few minutes to present his new book, 100 Secrets, what was it named, Nir? Yeah, 100 Secrets of Israeli Innovation. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do I need a microphone? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll take just 10 minutes of your time, and I'm standing between you and lunch. So it's going to be a difficult task. I'm really excited to be here. My father told me once that some people, when they speak to you, they are here to take something, and some people are there to give. So I'm here to give you all a present. We've been talking today, this morning, a lot about what is the secret of innovation. And we've been talking a bit about diversity. And Sagi mentioned the chutzpah. And I would like to share with you a gift that hopefully will help you answer this question, but please allow me to introduce myself. The little question I was thinking about, what if? And this is the main thing that we will ask today. What is happening in Israel? Why things are happening in Israel so good that I want to teach you something about the Israeli innovation? So allow me to introduce the little company I'm coming from a little company. Let's assume it will work. Okay, a global, you're already practiced. A global innovation firm called Building. We are global because we're doing projects among Europe and in Israel, and we are focusing on dealing with innovation. We're doing it on 3 levels, using tools of innovation and different layers and different areas of the organization. And most important thing, whenever we do, and I really like this sketch, whenever we do innovation, we try to connect different parts. People that come from different organizations, we try to connect governments and some ministries. We try to connect cities, to connect it to corporates and work with Microsoft and others, to connect it to NGOs, to the academy and to ecosystem, and to create innovation differently. That's part of what we do in Building. But it's part of the mission that we have to help organizations just stay relevant. And as a country, we always try to stay relevant. And when I came back from the military service after 2 weeks, I tried to ask myself, you know, we mentioned earlier the books about Startup Nation. But the book about Startup Nation was 25 years ago. And I was starting to ask myself, what is the secret of the Israeli innovation after the war? Anna said this morning that things have changed. For good, for bad, you can consider. But what have changed? What is Israel doing differently? And when I started playing with this question, what is Israel doing differently? Because we are indeed innovative. You want to know why? I'll give you a few numbers just to make sure we are on the same page. To make sure that we understand that there is a great startup scene. We have unicorns, R&D centers, and we are high in the innovation ratings. You need some data for that. So we are number 6 in the world in a startup that raise countries. But if you take a good look at this number, the number 1 and 2 are the San Francisco and New York. Number 3 is Beijing. Number 4 is Boston. And number 5 is Shanghai, and then Israel. So we're number 6, but actually we're number 3. And if you take a look at the large round, you see that Israel is number 5 in the world. But that's not it. If you go to this, I'm taking more time. You see that. Yeah. If you see the growth of startup fundraising in typical innovation hub, you see that Israel is number 4. But if you consider New York and Boston as 2 different options, and London is number 3. So we are number 4, but we are actually number 3 if you compare it to countries. And if you take a look at the active startups, so Israel has a huge amount of startup. And the dependency, it's not because the government is supporting too much. You can see that it's based on the business sector and the foreign sector. It's not that the government is doing something specifically. They have some contribution, but it's not that. So taking a look at all of this, I would like to understand how good are we, and maybe it's because the things that happen in the area. Because we are small, we are divided. And if you take a look, this green color gives a good rate, the Global Innovation Index. And you see Israel is here. So it's not because the area we are in. And that was released in December, last December. So if you take a look at Israel here with the rate of 54.3, it's not something that happens in the area. It's not the area where we are located. Something else in Israel is happening, and that's what I wanted to see. And we are number 14 in the world. And then I started to realize, what is my secrets? What's my 11 secrets of innovation? I gathered them all and tried to ask this little question, what is the Israeli secret of innovation? What is the secret sauce someone else mentioned? What is the magic that we are doing here? I got all the 11 secrets I could think about. And gathered them all. I was really happy about myself because I said, okay, those are the 11 secrets of Israel. I know because that's what we do in building. We're working with innovation. We're working with corporates. We're working with cities, with municipalities, with governments. This is my 11 secrets of innovation. I shared them, I think it was in November, a month and a half after October 7th. And then I was really happy about this idea, about the ability to share those 11 secrets. It was very good, but when I came back from Rotterdam, I tried to think to myself, what if? What if I can gather everyone I know from the Israeli ecosystem to make something bigger? So I'm standing in front of you alone, but behind me there are 45 other people who are contributing to this book. They gave their things, they gave their secrets, their perspective about what is the Israeli innovation secrets. I also asked 3 language models, ChatGPT, Claude, and Bard, to ask what do they think Israel innovation ecosystem secrets are. And together we start talking about what would happen if I would take all of their secrets and gather it into a book. And that's what we are about to launch today, the new book. It began by looking something like this. I could share everyone I knew that I think create something impactful. Just a sketch of something like this. As you can see, all the pictures are of Golda Meir. And I told them, listen, it's going to be something like this. They didn't know how it's going to look like. But let's try to gather all the secrets of the Israeli innovation. And it has to be something more than the army, or the chutzpah, or the diversity, something else that we are doing. So this thing has become this beautiful book. We make sure it's going to fit the back pocket of the jeans, so I can carry it for flights. So we have this beautiful book. It is answering 4 different questions. Why do we innovate? Why are all Israel innovating? And in a moment, I will give you the book, a copy for each and every one of you. What do we want to achieve? Who do we innovate with? And what is the secret related to that? And how do we innovate? You have 46 people that have contributed to this. All of them are innovation managers of the largest companies in Israel from 8 countries and 1 simple question. And of course, you have 3 AI language models that have contributed. One of them, ChatGPT, said that it's the hummus brainstorming, so take it under consideration. But the most important thing is that this idea, this crazy idea, have become this thing that can gather people from the Ministry of Defense and people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Israel. You can see Lior over here, and you can see Anna over. Anna over. Here. Okay, sorry. Anna is over here. And every one of them gave his... I'm glad I found it. And every one of them gave his secret. Anna said that Tikkun Olam, as we mentioned before. And every one of them gave his own secret. And inside this beautiful book, you can see on each and every one of them, what is the secret that he brings? And of course, you can connect to them via LinkedIn or whatever you do. And he gave his secret. You can agree with that. You can disagree with that. It's just a point of thinking about it and think, do you agree that this is the secret of Israel? If not, you have 99 other stories. And the small present is that each and every one of those books costs 40 euros, and you get it for free outside. And one last thing, you can contribute to that, not by money. I'm here to give a gift. You can add your story. At the last page, you have a QR code, and you can add your story to that and upload your story. I hope you enjoy it. And if we're talking about innovation, we always start with imagine. So this book is to allow you to imagine new things that are happening today in Israel and to see if you agree or disagree with those secrets. I hope you will enjoy it. Please feel free to share it. Good luck. Lunch.
Okay, everyone. So thank you very much, Mr. Koren, for introduction. And I would like to tell you that right now is the lunchtime that is served right behind, and we're going to meet here again at 1 p.m., please. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly ask you to come to the main room as we are about to start our next panel discussion in about a minute. Thank you.
Yes, but please.
So the self-defense mission again, women self-defense. One, second, and third.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It will be already the first women mission to Israel. Thank you.
know, if you do a thinking about empty days, there's something that I teach about. What happens, you know, well, there is a base in Israel, you know, the money, because here, we pay the salary, who pay for the medicine, and if it's empty, we pay. And what do you do? We go to the
So good afternoon, everyone, again. I would like to welcome you here, those of you who just came for the third panel. And I hope you enjoyed the lunch break. Looked really delicious. And I think that we can just move on to the next panel, that it's called and focused on innovations and resilient societies. I would like to welcome you here and help me welcome here our next speakers. The first speaker is Professor Nissim Alon, former president and CEO of the Leumit Healthcare Services and currently the head of Health Management Department at Hadassah Academic College. Welcome, sir. Our second speaker is Pavel Časturík, Center of Excellence Manager at Dekonta CBRN Limited. Good afternoon. Our third speaker is Nir Koren, CEO and founder at The Building Limited. And finally, my last guest, Petr Kolouch, Director of the Prague Emergency Medical Service. Welcome, sir. And apart from moderating the whole conference today, I will be also hosting today's panel. Okay, gentlemen, so thank you all for coming today. I'm really excited about our discussion together. And at first, I would like to ask each one of you to shortly introduce yourself and the organization you represent, and perhaps to give me some few remarks on the topic that we're going to discuss together. I would like to start with Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Philip. It's good to be here. With your permission, I would like to begin in some personal remarks. I was born and raised in Shiboli Moshav. Moshav is a village in Negev field. It's located 60 kilometers from Gaza border. On October 7, this area was under attack. I have there family and friends. The Hamas terrorist arrived to my brother's home, skipped his home, and attacked his neighbors. When we were kids, our father had a rifle. He, with his friends, protected our family and community from terrorists arrived from Gaza. Do you know, Philip, what was the name of the rifle? Does someone in the audience know what was the name of the rifle? The Israelis know, our ambassador. The Czech rifle. Today, how we said it in?
It means the armor is Zbrojovka. The weapons from Zbrojovka.
Today, on behalf of my father, I mean son, would like here in Prague to thank you and your government to your 70 years of supporting us. And with your language, Děkuji, Děkuji. I describe my positions now and for many years ago. Maybe it will explain the situation when we are speaking about the resilience of society and organization. We have to remember, in crisis time, we must continue to provide service to our citizens. This is resilient society and organization. The question, of course, is how we are doing that. I am former president and CEO of Leumit HMO, one of 4 in Israel. During 15 years, I faced crisis in Lebanon's second war. Hezbollah fired rockets on our cities, clinics, and staff. By the way, in the first Lebanon war, I was in the army. I am retired Lieutenant Colonel. I thought I retired. In Israel, you never retired. Always emergency. I faced too many operations in Gaza. I faced COVID-19 as the president and CEO of Leumit. That was really the war of the health systems all over the world, including in Israel. I faced severe computer collapse. Today, I am professor at Hadassah Academic College. I am the head of Health System Management Department. We are working at stage of emergency. Part of our students and staff enlisted to the reserve forces of the Army from October 7. Terem. I am chairman of the board of Terem. Terem is a community emergency medical rooms. We were the only medical institution that was open on October 7, 6:30 a.m., except the hospital emergency room that located 20-30 kilometers from the border. All our clinics were under attack. October 7, it's Saturday, the HMO are closed. Just Terem was open, except of course the hospitals. The clinic in Sderot city is located 1 kilometer from Gaza border. It provides emergency medical service to the people in Sderot, and all the population lived near Gaza border. The terrorists surrounded our clinic, while the staff inside the clinic in the shelter. There was a battle of 48 hours in the police station that located 90 meters from us until the tank of our army fired a rocket on the police building and destroyed it with the terrorists inside. At 11 p.m., the police forces evacuated our staff. All the manager, Sderot, Ashkelon, Beersheba, Eilat, enlisted to the army, to reserve forces from October 7. And of course, we are working the state of emergency. It means we have to continue to provide service to our clients and the Israeli citizen. I am a director in Israeli Electric Company. We are working in the state of emergency. We must repair the damage the rocket doing to the electric grid. You need electricity in the shelter to breathe. You need to charge your smartphone to be able to contact the rescue forces, to contact with your family, with your friends. 4 of our staff had been killed during their duty. My most important position is I'm a father. I'm a father of a student that enlisted to the reserve forces of the army from October 7. He is now in Gaza. I'm a grandfather to 2 lovely girls, 5 and 7 years old, that their father enlisted to the reserve forces on October 7 too. My daughter, how Linda said in the morning, the mother, it is not their job to raise the girls. She has another job. And she needs to go to her work. And there is no kindergarten and no schools in the beginning of the war. Therefore, our home is grandfather and grandmother kindergarten, too. Then, how we continue to provide services. And like me, there is a lot, hundreds of thousands of families in our country that face this situation. That's for now.
Thank you very much for your touching introduction. I think it deserves an applause, definitely. And right now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Chastuli.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. Let me first appreciate the opportunity to be with you. And at the beginning, I'd like to tell you, you are the witness that I was also born nearly 3/4 century ago. And being able to moving between the hundreds of the tons of chemical weapons, there is a saying, if you know your enemy, there is no problem to survive. From the personal point of view, I graduated at the military University of Defense in Brno on chemical technology and specialization, protection and defense against the weapons of the mass destruction. And later on, I had a chance even to command a specialized battalion, but I was not so much happy with that. So I had a chance to coming back for a PhD study. And I had a great opportunity to spend additional 1/4 century at the military research activities in this military institute in Brno. Suddenly something was happening in the Gulf, so-called the First Gulf War. And after that, under the United Nations, I had a chance to make the inventory of the weapons of the mass destruction in Iraq. Later on, even I spent a lot of challenging situation with the real destruction of chemical weapons at that country. And there were also some follow-up. In the 19th, after the signature of the Convention of Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, I had a chance to spend another decade in Netherlands to build up this organization with the abbreviation OPCW. And after that, when I came home, I started joining the company DiConta and DiConta CBRN, which we are focused on remediation and the disposal of a danger material in the environment, cleanup operations of the soil, water. And the small company CBRN is devoted for research and the development of decontamination technologies and the means of physical protection. Just for your information, we got very good funding to help the firefighters in our country to protect them against the carcinogenic combustion material during the fires. They have, from statistic point of view, 1/3 higher level of carcinogenic on the skin, dermatology, and also internal organs. So we are using the previous military applications even for the protection of the first responders. And for your questions, I am for your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker, Mr. Curran, he already introduced shortly himself, but perhaps you could add some few more remarks.
My father told me once that there are people who give. No, I'm joking. I just introduced myself. Any one of you didn't listen before? We met together, right? And I signed your book, so I'm near.
Okay, it was really quick, but everyone already remembers that. So we can just move on to our last speaker, Mr. Petr Kolou. So, sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, first of all, Your Majesty, Mrs. Ambassador, dear committee, thank you very much for invitation of one of 14 regional emergency medical services in Czech Republic to invite to this conference. And what to tell about myself, nothing important. I'm an emergency physician for many years, over 30 now, I expect. And I fulfill my dream. Okay, I started in emergency medical services in Prague during revolution. After that, of course, clinics, cardiac surgery departments, ICU. Next, we built emergency department in teaching hospital Motul. And now, more than 8 years, I am responsible for my excellent 600 colleagues. Our annual budget is about 40 million euros. We respond from 22 bases here in area of Prague. We have about 40 car ambulances 24/7 divided in 12-hour shifts. We operated with 5 physicians and 1 HEMS base, and we are responsible for more than 1,200,000 citizens in Prague. And of course, the experience is made from the sweet, and sweet save the blood. I am still active Army Reserve officer. I completed tour abroad, and I think that this connection is the right way how to react to recent world and to maintain the systems active and alive, to be happy that we live in a safe country. We have very good friends in country where the emergency medical services is very well developed, but they have no so luck as we have. And that's the way how we can together survive. That's my introduction, and thank you once more. That's our company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this was the introductory part, and now we can move on to the discussion itself. I've prepared some questions for each one of you that we're going to delve more deeper into. And as you can see, the name of the panel is Innovations, Resilient Societies. We all know that the rapid pace of global development has brought a multitude of benefits into our lives, but it's also given rise to unprecedented risks. Humanity now finds itself in a new era where technology and innovations wield considerable influence across various aspects of our lives. Mr. Allen, what are the challenges in healthcare provision in times of crisis, for example, during war times or pandemic situations?
Well, if you hear in the opening remarks, I think that we'll understand what is the challenges. Challenge number one is manpower. In a case of a war like now, you have two fronts. One in the borders, one in home front. Part of your staff will enlist to the reserve forces. Doctors, nurse, paramedic, pharmacist, and other. In routine time, you still have shortage in workforce in the health system. In the war, with two fronts, part of your staff will not be with you because he is in the army. The army needs doctors, needs paramedics. The burden on the staff at home front is now huge. We say that the women, the mothers, the grandmother, doctor, paramedics, etc., the burden on them, they are the heroes in the home front. I'll tell you a real story. In one of the operations in Gaza, I decided to call to all my staff that one of their son or family was in Gaza, fighting in Gaza. I remember all these conversations. One relative to this discussion. A nurse live in Ashdod city. Ashdod is about 40 kilometers from Gaza. She has 3 kids. Her husband in Gaza, fighting. Her parents are old and sick, and she cares them too. Her city under rockets attacked for 2 months. Her manager asked her to arrive to her duty in the clinic for 12 hours a day. This is the law of Home Front Command. And she asked me, how can I do it? No kindergarten, no schools. Rockets on her head. Virus. Stories. The staff had exposed to COVID-19 virus. In that time, when you are exposed to the virus, you have to be isolated for 7 days. It was in Israel like that. Then all the staff restrict to their home. What about the patient? You have to provide services. There are 5,000 patients in the clinic. How will provide them healthcare now? This is a challenge. Patient. The patient cannot arrive to the clinic because there are rockets. No transportation sometimes. And they are afraid. Infrastructure. No computer, no electric power, or, because there is damage of the rockets, clinics closed because they had damage from the rockets. Or we decided to close them because they are not fit to give service while there is rockets. You know, sometimes they are so beautiful with glasses in the windows. Beautiful clinic, excellent for the routine, awful when there is rockets. And as a manager, we have to close them before the rocket will arrive. And there is social sensitivity. Do you open the new semester while part of your students fight in Gaza and they will miss many lessons? Question for the professor and the academic. Do you fly to Prague to a conference while your son is in Gaza? In resilient society, the answer is yes. We have to go on. We have to continue. We have to continue to give service to our clients. We have to continue our life. Never mind how many rockets. Never mind how we must suffer. Never mind if I cried in the conference. We will continue. This is the resilience of society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I very much appreciate your real-time examples. I think it helps us to increase a broader perspective, let's say. Mr. Chastulik, focusing on threats that technological innovations spur, where do you think people tend to lag behind the most in terms of resilience?
Thank you very much. It's a very challenging question. Unfortunately, we have not so much time, so I will be very brief. First of all, we have to understand what does it mean, resilience. Usually, with the discussion with the students, we go to the philosophy. What for purpose you need a resilience? And usually we are agreed on one very important point. In order to be productive as humans and to join the well-being, we need a very good health. Without health, we will be not here. So in many cases, this is a protection of our life in these conditions. In some cases, they are very unpredictable. And another issue is related to so-called dual purpose of the technology. It's a very critical point. I'm just looking to have the cellular phones. This is a result of the defense industry. Satellites, communication, GPS, that's a military outcomes. And we know on the one hand, it's for our protection, and it's also for our joy. But in some cases, this point have two faces. It should be very good servant, the technology, but it should be also very good, bad master. And then when we are looking for the technology itself, what is the combination? In the morning, we saw reference to the drones. Drone, in the principle, that's a very, very old technology. The birds. Even the birds has been there before, long before the humans. But what is making a difference? It's a question of implementation of the new technologies with the old-fashioned design, which was designed by the nature. Another example, jet propulsion. In the sea, we have the one creature which is actually using the jet propulsion. It's an octopus. So it was not invented by the humans or in China. It's already there. So in many cases, it's a question to understanding when the new technology are giving the good benefits, but always we have to look at also this back, also very wrong application. And it's actually the moving to the, through all of our life, across the nature sciences and the technology sciences. And there we have a problem. Maybe we, with the old age, we have some experience with what happened in the past. For the new generation, it might be the problem because they are not challenged with such a kind of the experience. So from this point of view, always, whenever we are inventing something new, we have to look at what are these two coins, the good and the bad. Those examples are just running around us. So in many cases, even we as the older generation should be as the tutors and raising the fingers saying, by the way, we have to be very cautious what might be the misuse of this technology. So here I could see from the new generation some kind of the hesitation because a little bit lack of the historical experience. It's not enough only just to look at for the Google, but sometimes it's very important to look at for the old written good memories and the experience from the different kind of the dynasties and the generations. This is what I could see that might be the problem in education, either in the secondary school or in academia, just to transfer this kind of awareness. And when we are talking about the resilience, we have to understand the process, how the resilience is built up. First of all, it's an issue of awareness. I am aware about the risk assessment, risk evaluation. Second one, what will be the tool after that? It's a preparedness. Just to look at for Israel. They are permanently prepared, not always. Preparedness, those are the generic tool, build up the process of resilience, but who are the actors? Government, institutions, societies, education, and even individuals as we are. If we are forgot about the previous experience and we are too much dealing with the well-being, we have this second part. If we are permanently happy and prosperous in the society, we are losing the sense that something is standing behind the door which might be wrong. And we are victims of that, victims and witness on the daily basis. And it's something what exactly as I mentioned, and I'm telling to my colleague and also to the students, please try to look at for this picture from the different kind of the locations. In many cases in a, let's say the diploma thesis, you might see at the end of the references of the literature. Usually there are the blue lines, taking information from the internet, but they are missing the basic public and scientific informations. So to be short, as regard the assessment evaluation of the risk, we have to look at not only from one direction or two or three. Usually I'm saying you have to use the principle of Pentagon, at least from the 5 different locations. When you find out that this information is meeting together, maybe this is the truth. So this is my, let's say, the introduction to this issue of awareness, where there is a problem. It's a more or less society and the technology problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You definitely brought up some interesting food for thought, as I would say. Societies across the world are actively working to navigate this evolving landscape, seeking to harness the opportunities presented by technological advancements, while concurrently bolstering their resilience against potential threats posed by these innovations that are both digital and non-digital origin. Mr. Koren, how rapidly is the world changing in terms of technological innovations, and how successful are societies at adapting to the constantly evolving environment?
That's a good question. I'll take a number, 1 million. 1 million users. How much time does it take to a company to reach to 1 million users? It took Netflix 3.5 years. 3.5 years until they could ring the bell and says, okay, we have 1 million users. Airbnb have done the same thing, 1 million users, 1 million clients, within, you know how much? 2.5 years. Same target, but within 2.5 years. Facebook have done it within 10 months, and ChatGPT have done the same thing, 1 million users within 5 days. 5 days, that's crazy. That's how fast things are happening now. 5 days to become giant corporate, to have 1 million users. And what is more important about ChatGPT is that after 5 days, they had 1 million users. Today, they have 180 million users. The bad news is that only 60%, less than 60%, are under the age of 34. It means that 60% of their users might not on our age. So other people are starting to use ChatGPT, and it replaces jobs and positions, and people are trying to use these technologies, but it might not be all of us. And what do you do when part of the society is starting to work with AI and another is not? And at that point, only 7% of the population are willing to trust a conversation when on the other side you can find a technology and not a human. So something is happening very fast. But on the other hand, we have a lot of options. 150 million startups in the world. Every day, there is new startup rising up. Every day, we have 167,000 new startups. 167,000 yesterday and 167 today. And if you'll tell me, listen, but maybe none of them are about AI, I'll tell you, listen, almost 50%, 67,000 new startups every day. You might know something about ChatGPT or Bard, but 67,000 new startups, new technologies, new features. How can I even know? You said, where should I need to go? You advised to go on 5 directions, but what do I do if I have 67,000 directions? So I understand that something is happening out there very, very fast. And companies are rising and falling within days, but I have 67,000 options, and at that point, I'm feeling that I'm stuck. Because if I need to go very fast, and I have a lot of options, I don't know where I need to go. So I'll try to give 3 things that works for us, and I'll use the book as something that you can use as well. So one of the secrets, and we mentioned it this morning, is talking about fail. So if you go to the book, one of the secrets talks about fail, secret number 85, if I'm correct. Fail, but do it fast and share. I will not be able to try and practice a lot of AI features, but if I do it with other people, and I will try very quickly to try new things, to fail, and that's part of the target, to fail on myself. I want to try things and fail, and I want my team to fail, and I want the corporate to fail. That's one thing, but do it fast and share it with others. That's one thing. Another secret, and it's also here, it's number 44, talks about communities. Build innovation communities. That's what we do in organization when a lot of people trying to understand what are we supposed to do if we want just to catch up. We don't want to disrupt anything, just to make sure our company is still relevant. That we are still relevant, that we understand what does it mean when someone approaches you and tells you, have you seen the surf? And surf is something that was launched 2 days ago by Midjourney. It allows you to create images with the same person. But things are happening so fast. And the third and most important thing, I think it's secret number 11, says, we are in Israel always in survival mode. And I think we should all be under survival mode, because whether you know it or not, whether you think someone out there is trying to disrupt your market, your business, or someone will replace you, whether it's going to be an AI or a human that uses an AI, you should always think about the possibility that someone is going to replace you. So one of them is about understanding the meaning of being in a situation that you will allow your company to fail, share, and do it fast. The second thing is about building communities with your organization. And the third thing is about understanding that every day, and it's very relevant to this point, someone will disrupt you. Someone might prepare a surprise that you will not be ready for, especially on those days. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Before I get to you, sir, I just would like to say that the further we proceed with the panel, I've got more and more additional questions, but I would like to encourage the audience, if you also have some questions, don't hesitate to use the Slido apps. You can ask the question at the end of the panel. I have some time spare, so we can dive more into that. If you don't, I will definitely use the time for myself to ask them. And now let's get back to the discussion. Mr. Kolu, from the emergency service perspective, how resilient is this sector to non-digital threats nowadays?
Hopefully we are, and we have proven already, but we are only one part of 14 district or regional EMS in Czech Republic, and Czech Republic is only 10 million people. It's not a big statistic value. Well, to react to confirm what I'm proud to can tell you, needed to work on that continuously. I think we are in the same way that training, information, continuity of information, and strict data for analysis can prove and can push further. Of course, there are risks also, and communication, IT, it's a very good support, but dependency on that in EMS is a big risk also for our EMS. Yeah, that means a map and compass might be also needed if GPS, which is leading us to reach our patient as soon as possible, might be also the risk. And that's combination of preparedness, training, exchanging information. And the second one is a human factor. If something happened suddenly, because you both were speaking about a continuous readiness to attack. But if something happened in peaceful area of the world, to change immediately your thinking, your approach, it has to be also training, because to have a routine regime of chronic diseases, seniors and something like that, and relatively small traumas, and rare battlefield traumas, it also might be the risk. That means let's work on that together.
Thank you also very much. I would like to point out that so far you've given me like really interesting perspectives on the developing environment when it comes to technological innovations, and I really appreciate it. And in response to this reality, it's not solely civil society that is reacting. Numerous public and private entities are proactively adapting too. And these subjects are not only enhancing their resilience, but also providing services that assist others in harnessing the potential of technological innovations or fortifying themselves against the associated risks. Mr. Allen, with the increasing role of technology in healthcare, how can technological innovations help to provide necessary services in crisis times?
We will begin with the low-tech, the most low-tech thing. We spoke about the manpower. Then, first and foremost, open immediately kindergarten to the kids of the staff. Otherwise,
the clinic will be empty from staff. Because in the crisis time, when there is rocket or in the virus too, in the COVID, the school and the kindergarten were closed. Then, after many times in our experiences, we decided, as the president and CEO of Lumit, I decided the first thing is open your kindergarten in a shelter. And who will be the staff? In the beginning, said teachers will coming, the army will coming. No one will come. You are alone in the crisis time. We took our staff that were babysitter to the kids of their friends in a shelter. Then the doctor or the nurse in the morning take her car, arrive to the shelter, put their kids in the shelter with the babysitters that are their friends, and she is relaxed and she can come to the clinic to provide medical services. One that cannot solve his problem, leave her alone. You know the nurse in Ashdod that I spoke with her? I said, dear nurse, stay at your home. Don't come to work. What do you need? I sent our technical and some staff to help at home. But we learned that if we will solve the problem of the kids, we will solve everything. Technology. My vision, I think it was 15 years ago, and I said to my staff, let's provide 100% of digital service to our client. It means that everything, but everything that the technology of the startup nation invented, and we can implement it in our computers, in our organization, we will do it. Then, everything that the patient don't have to arrive frontally to the clinic, and we have the technology, we will provide this to him. Today, with this smartphone, I can show it here, if you want. You can make an appointment with your personal doctor. It can be frontal meeting if you want, because some people are not digital oriented. It can be by video with the help of Type 2 device. Type 2 device, it means that if your doctor wants to see your ears, you put the device in your ears and he sees it in his computer. Put on your throat, he can see your throat. Fever, heart, your breathing, everything with the Type 2. Type 2 is an Israeli patent. It costs 200 Israeli shekel, and you can put it at your home. You don't have to arrive to the clinic. We found sometimes, it was in the corona, people said, video? I just want to speak hello with my doctor. Then we open meeting of hello. Simple. But it is not so simple. It's complicated because the doctor is in the clinic. There is patient frontally. It's a hybrid system. But we solve it. The doctor can see your medical file. All the 2,000 doctors can see your medical file. The doctor can provide you prescription that automatically, with electric sign, will be in the pharmacy. If you don't want to go to the pharmacy, you can order the medication in the computer and they will arrive to your home. You pay 9 Israeli shekel, it's 2 or 3 euro. The doctor can provide you referrals, voucher to other medical institution, all the administration and more. Here, when I'm in Prague, and if I'll be sick, I don't go to emergency room in Prague. I make an appointment with my personal doctor. He does not know that I'm in Prague. He does not care. I'll do the appointment and I get all the treatment I need. There is something for the diplomacy to solve. One of the problems all over the world that the prescription, when the doctor will sign, I cannot take it from the pharmacy here in Prague. And if I'll ask to order it, that will provide it to my hotel, it will not cost just 9 shekels. Then this is something that the health system all over the world has to find a solution for that. A real story how innovation helped. Do you remember all the stuff that was isolation? It was in Kohavia village at the COVID period while all the staff had to be isolated. They provided all the medical and administration services to their patient from their home to the patient at their home, all by the telemedicine and our 100% digital services. This today helping the war too. That means it's really amazing. 20 people in the staff, doctors, nurse, administration, at their home, isolated from the COVID, provide services to the patient their home, everything recorded in the computers. Then if the doctor prescribes you a prescription from his home, it's in the computer and someone can provide you the medication to your home. It's work. In war, I did not think about war. I just wanted to promote the service to my client because there is competition. But then we find it's excellent to the war, to the COVID, and people use it. In the beginning, the use was 12%. In the COVID, it arrived to 80%. Today, it's about 50%. Academic. I'm professor in the academic. I forgot sometimes. What do you do with COVID? What do you do where is rocket in your university? And there is the home front command give orders. You cannot put 200 people in a building without shelter. Then to close the university? To lose 1 year or 1 semester? No. There is solutions. Then what I'm doing always, I put all my lectures in a system of asynchronous system. They are in the Moodle. Moodle is the plan of the students. Then, for example, now I'm in Prague. Now, in this moment, they are studying. How? In the lecture, I put in their lecture, I ask them to learn it asynchronic. Of course, we can do in the simple way of Zoom. When I was the president and the CEO of Lumit, during the COVID, believe me, you sleep 2 hours in the night in this period of time. But I was a lecturer in Hadassah Academic College, and I have students. And then was not Zoom, was nothing. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to leave and say, okay, find another lecturer. Say, no, we will lose the semester. And then I learned that you can record your lecture on the PowerPoint. Then it was, low-tech. And in Saturdays, that's what I've done. I put it in the Moodle, and they learn. After 1 month, the Zoom opened. There was another system, I don't remember. And I have my students, after they learn, they did not care about nothing about what I want to teach them. They just wanted to know how we manage the COVID. Then this is the way that we can use the technology to continue to give service to our clients, students, patients, electric company, never mind. There is innovation, there is technology. You just have to know that there is and to implement it in your organization.
Thank you very much. I think we can all agree that COVID has taught us really some new ways how to work in our daily life. Mr. Častulik, how specifically can the Czech-Israeli cooperation contribute to combat threats of non-digital origin?
Thank you very much for this question. It means moderator. We have the contact with the Israeli partners, let's say, for previous 20 years. I was introduced by Brigadier General Avi Bachar from the Homs Command to the famous series conferences IPRED. Hopefully I'm coming on July. And it was a great reason to make the connections with other, let's say, the brotherhood companies in Israel. One of them is Supergum Industries, which is producing protective equipment and also the material for the car industry. Another one, it's Betel Industries. That's a special kibbutz, which is also producing special devices for isolation, isolation room and isolation units for transportation of the people with a high contagious disease. And as a matter of the fact, we even help to deliver this kind of the unit to our Prague emergency medical service. And as I mentioned in the beginning, our aim is to look at how to help and to support the human beings and the health in operations in harsh and contaminated environment. That's our goal as a company, based on the military research in the past time. From this point of view, we are looking where is a so-called a common ground. We should continue in the development of the better technologies, how to support the humans being in very heavy and harsh conditions. Saying that, I already mentioned at the beginning, we have just a specific task to help to protect the firemen against the exposure of the cancer. And what does it mean? We have to combine new technologies for absorption of those toxic substances, and also they're using the nanotechnology based on the nanomembranes. We have the one university here in the Czech Republic. It's a University of the Textile. We are already collaborating with the nanofibers material. And you know what is challenging for us? At this stage, in Europe, there is no standard to protect the firemen against the carcinogenic materials. So we find a gap in that, and we are looking how this technology from the research should be transferred for the development. And we have the several solutions. In this case, we are just marching on a good track. So this is something we would like to also to use the other companies in Israel in advanced technology to make a joint venture, because there is a common sense. The fire brigades are in each country. In Israel, United States, in our country. So this is a community that the combination of the outcomes from the nature sciences, technology sciences, and the operations might have a very good benefit how to provide a better protection for such a kind of an important community. Because in many cases, there is more firemen than the complete army in each country. And they are working daily together with the emergency medical services. So this is something we would like to contribute in this regard, and even to discuss more deeply what kind of the emerging technology should be used. And I would like to give you just to the end the take-home lesson. We as an order remember for one very famous French author which was dealing emerging technology in the 19th century and what will be happened for the future. This is just the question for you if you try to remember who was that. And recently, it's just 104 years that in this city, in the National Theatre, was first time introduced the special drama with the abbreviation RUR, Rozum Universe Robots. Otherwise, Intelligence Universal Robots. And we know that we are now dealing with the artificial intelligence. And this drama, 100 years ago, was pointed out about the possible danger of the misusing of the artificial intelligence. So this is another point. We have to control artificial intelligence with the human brain. And those are, again, the lessons not only for us or the medium, but specifically for the younger generation, to taking the consequences for improvement of the resilience for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just checked the time and I can see that we're almost reaching the end of our discussion. I know that we started a bit later. But now I would like to ask my colleagues, they could bring me the tablet. We've got some questions from the audience, perhaps. Okay, so there's no question from the audience. So I have one last question for you, Mr. Koren. So you could just briefly answer, could possibly. How specifically can the Czech-Israeli cooperation contribute to the aspect of innovation and resilient societies with respect to the current dynamics?
Yes, I'll try to mention 4 things that we can do. Building the company, I'm the CEO and founder of is a company, it's a global innovation firm. We actually work with companies, with organizations, with cities about innovation. And 4 things that can be done within this specific arena of Israel and Czech connections would be, how do we imagine innovation? How do we build innovation? How do we connect and how do we scale? I'll try to give 4 examples for that based on this beautiful book that I just gave you. So the first one is about imagine, how we can imagine innovation. I will take secret number 38 that was written by Malý, who is with us here. She's the head of innovation in ELTA. And the main thing is about, if you want people within your country to understand what innovation is and the definition of innovation and see what others can do, there are 3 things that you can do. One of them is, of course, sharing these ideas and these thoughts that was in this book. The second thing is something that we do every year. We allow all of our clients to stand on the stage and share what they have done this year regarding to innovation in order to do just one simple thing, so others can copy. We want them to show what they have done within their organization so other organizations can take this thing and do it and check. Malý have mentioned, I think she presented the coffee break, surprising coffee. An idea that was working for them great and maybe can be relevant for others, and of course creating workshops within the organization. The second level is about how you build innovation. I will take secret number 23. You have it all in the book. It's something that was said by Anna, the tikkun olam, the idea or the understanding of the connection between innovation and sustainability, and what you can do in order to change and close these barriers, and of course focusing on this ecosystem and understand what are the barriers in the Czech ecosystem or in the Israeli ecosystem that we can create a market based on that. The third level will be, how do we connect? I will take secret number 82, something that was said by Lior, our VP of consulting here in building. It says that we need to create an open access culture. That's part of the secrets in Israel. We can approach anyone and ask anything. We don't feel scared for that. It's something legit to ask anyone. So how do you create an open access culture within your organization, within your country, within your ecosystem? And of course, the connection between them will be to build innovation unit and to build innovation communities within your organization. And the fourth level is about scaling. Let's assume that you've imagined innovation and you build innovation and you've done the connection correctly, how you can allow them to scale up. One of the people here is Michael from a company called Power Hub that we are working with in Prague. Together with the EIT, Urban Mobility, we're creating a program for startups. Every year, 20 startups are coming to here. Again, Power of It remotely and Power of It here in Prague. to understand what do startup needs in order to create better value proposition, to improve their business model. And again, it's a combination and a connection in order to scale to the connection between Israel and the Czech Republic. That's it.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I would like to thank you all for this lovely and insightful discussion. My guests were Professor Nissim Alun, Mr. Pavel Častulik, Mr. Nir Koren, and Mr. Petr Koluk. Thank you again, gentlemen. Thank you. And we can right away move to the last panel of today's conference that is moderated by Mr. Jan Macháček.
Any particular role?
I can, of course. Yes, yeah.
So, good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you on our last panel, which I am honored to moderate. And this panel is the only panel of the conference which I said at the beginning, and you were paying attention. That was a conference mainly devoted to business, innovation, cooperation in business, all the positive topics. So the last panel, because we cannot fully avoid it, we will a little bit focus on up-to-date geopolitical and similar issues. And the main topic of the beginning of the panel will be devoted to partnership between Czech Republic and Israel, which is based on friendship, but also on some shared geopolitical interests. And I would like to welcome my panelists. So first is Anna Azari, Ambassador of Israel to Czech Republic. Welcome. Next is Jiří Schneider, former ambassador of Czech Republic to Israel, but also former first deputy foreign minister and former director of Aspen Institute, among other things. Welcome. And Daniel Shek is an Israeli diplomat and former ambassador of Israel to Paris. Welcome. And Tomáš Pojar is director of national intelligence of Czech Republic, but also no, sorry, national security of Czech Republic.
Okay, now finally we know.
Sorry.
You were exposed.
But also former ambassador of Czech Republic to Israel, and also former deputy foreign minister, etc. So welcome all of you. So my first question would be if you could speak a little bit, a few minutes about what is the basis, according to you, of this very strong partnership and friendship of our two countries, and what is the future of it according to you? So we will start with Her Excellency.
I'm afraid of Tomáš here because the last time I was talking, he accused me of making, in Hebrew it was hasbara, he used the word hasbara, I'm translating it into English as propaganda for the Czech Republic, but what can I do? I think that I have the luck of working in the most friendly country to Israel in the world. And the last time when I said that, it was an American group, and theoretically I should have been saying that America is the most friendly country, which in many respects it is. But the feeling here that the base is much deeper, much better built, and that there is no gap, major gap between the government and the people. And not only the government and the people, but the political leadership and the people. We are right now working, having this event happening, and we know the political connection of the organizers. So there is, on Israel, there is no difference, at least I didn't seriously notice it, between coalition and opposition. So that is the base. I'm, with all due respect, I'm not going to go into the history of why it happened, but my feeling is that it's very, very strong and very, very wide in this country. Now, does Israel do everything it should be doing in order to use such a platform we have here? The clear and short answer is no, it doesn't. We don't, I don't think, I think that we don't use all the opportunities. I think that it's quite hard for us sometimes to mobilize our politicians because, well, the Czechs are very nice anyway. So why work so hard for that? But we should be using this incredible base we have, incredible in this mixture of political arena and grassroots sentiment in order to do more. I think things like the idea of having a common accelerator and so on we heard before, very good for building the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And now Jiří Schneider, his first input.
Yeah, thank you. I was curious why we talk about geopolitics when talking about Czechia and Israel. But I think there is one thing we have in common. And this is, I would say, the intense historical experience that geopolitics can kill your freedom. And one of the points of departure of our foreign policy is not to let geopolitics to decide the fate and future of this country. And I think it's the same for Israel. Israel doesn't want geopolitics to formulate its future. And so that's, I would say it's an alliance of smaller nations. Some people don't like this, but we are not the biggest nations in the world. And this alliance is an alliance against the big guys to divide the world according to their wish and against our interests. And so that's a common interest. I wouldn't go to history, but just to recollect one encounter which was important. Son of Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, Jan Masaryk, when he was a foreign minister of exile government in London, was in talk with then future diplomat Avigdor Dagan, who was later one of the Israeli ambassadors. And they were talking about what is there, the connection between Zionists and the freedom-loving Czechs. And that was this interest. Don't let the geopolitics to destroy the future of our nations. Now, geopolitics is much more complicated than it was 20 years ago or 30 years ago when I had the pleasure to serve as ambassador to Israel. So it's even more acute to foster these relations. And I'm glad to see that the network of relations between Israel and Czech Republic is more and more about future cooperation. And this conference is one of the examples of that. I usually give warning to Israeli ambassadors here. Don't take the support of Israel for granted. You have to work for it. It's not for granted. And I'm always happy when I see that there is a new avenues of which actually foster these relations, and they are no longer based on nostalgia of Nešek a Čechy or the Czech weapons or whatever, but they are based on the future prospects and perspectives. So thank you for this conference.
Thank you, Jiří, and I would like to ask Daniel now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Before I answer your question, I must just make a remark. I was following very closely the conference from this morning and listening to all sorts of very smart people talking about things that I only partly understand. And I was wondering why I'm here. And I was reminded of a very nice Jewish joke about this guy who walks into a store and says to the shopkeeper, "Good afternoon, I'd like to buy a washing machine." So the shopkeeper says, "I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we don't sell washing machines." So the guy says, "What do you mean you don't sell washing machines? Outside of your store there's a beautiful sign of a Bosch washing machine." So the shopkeeper says, "Yes, we sell signs." So I sell signs, just for you to know. We actually, all of us do in our profession. So first of all, a word of thank you for the organizers, and a word of thank you to my wonderful embassy here, to Anna and Ronnie, for making the connection between me and the organizers. I think these two Israeli diplomats know that there are three personal reasons why I'm happy to be here, and incidentally they answer your question. The first one is that all my roots are here. Both my parents were born in Czechoslovakia. I was born in Jerusalem, but both my parents were from Czechoslovakia. The second reason is that I'm now chairman of Beit Terezin in Israel, the Terezin Memorial in Israel, and in that which incidentally, my parents were among the founders of that institution, both of them having survived the ghetto. And from that position, I'm aware how much of a real partnership there is between Israel and the Czech Republic in preserving the memory and the heritage of this dark period of European history. You know, walking through Prague as a Jew, as an Israeli, is a special joy, seeing all the Jewish sites, some of them connected to World War II, many of them not, and that is very important. And the third reason is that as an Israeli diplomat who spent 30 years in the Israeli Foreign Ministry and knew these two great ambassadors that you sent us, there's something, I'm trying to find the right words. There's something unusual in this relationship in the sense that despite what you said, that of course you need to invest in a relationship, particularly if it's good, Israel in many ways has an uncertain place in international relations. There are very few partnerships that to an Israeli feel safe, feel that they are not volatile, that they would not disappear just because of, I don't know, a resolution in the EU or in the Security Council. Something more fundamental. And I think that that is the very special characteristic of the relations between Israel and the Czech Republic. And I completely agree also with what Ambassador Azari just said, that people sort of, I spent 4 years in Paris under Nicolas Sarkozy. Okay, Sarkozy was a real friend of Israel, and everybody in the ministry told me, you know, the former ambassadors, they told me heroic stories of how difficult it was and how much they suffered, etc. And you are having it so easy. And I told them, you're completely wrong. Specifically because relations are so good, I work twice as hard as you because there's so many opportunities. There's so many things to pursue. There's so many threads to tie together between the countries that it's just an everyday challenge.
Thank you, Daniel and Tomáš.
Okay, few points. First of all, it's true that Czechs love Israel more than Israelis love Czechs or Czechia in that sense. It's also true that more Israelis travel to Prague than Czechs travel to Jerusalem or Tel Aviv. Yeah? So it may be a little bit more platonic from our side and from the Israeli side, the relationship. But looking at the title of this discussion or this roundtable is about the strategic alliance. I don't think we are there yet. I don't think we have a strategic alliance with Israel. I think we are two like-minded countries who are on friendly terms, but strategic alliance must have some substance. It's not about declarations that you declare strategic alliance, it's about substance, what is being done. And the strategic alliance will be there once there is more cooperation between the two countries, but not only on the level of diplomats. That's fine and good, but at the end it doesn't mean that much. It must be cooperation between universities, between businesses, between different parts of the government. So it's not only about the private sector or academia, but it's also about government. But it must be substantive and based on the daily cooperation of people on both sides, of both societies and of entities on both sides. And there I think that we don't have substance which I would like to have, and we are still far away from strategic alliance. And once I do see that it is not only Czechs buying in Israel arms, but also Israel is buying something from here, if I see Elbit. And once I do see Elbit's investment into Czech Republic, and not only now what is more investment of some of the Czech companies or investors into Israel, once I see those investments and strategic investments into Czech Republic and cooperation here on the bilateral level, but regarding the third countries, then I think we can speak about strategic alliance. So let's work on strategic alliance, but let's not make fool out of ourselves to say that if we declare something a strategic alliance that it exists. And I hope that we will be there once. And I'm glad to see Elbit and LPP and their cooperation, because I strongly believe that there can be a lot done mutually beneficial for both countries, both businesses and both societies, not only among our two countries but in the third countries. And you can name other sectors where much more can be done. So let's work on this strategic alliance that it comes into effect and into being in the future. And let's hope that it's going to be not far from now.
Thank you, Tomáš, for the realistic, I would say, down-to-earth.
It's very idealistic, by the way.
Oh, okay. relation. On just one thing, it's definitely not a geostrategic alliance or strategic partnership or whatever we call it, but there are a few countries with there are organized common sessions of governments. We do it with Slovaks. Before COVID, this country was doing it with Israel. So that's just something which really demonstrates quite strong friendship and partnership, I would say. But what are the main challenges for this partnership? Very briefly, question for all of us. I myself, I quote sometimes when I am asked like why Czech Republic is against this idea to cancel the veto in foreign policy in the European Union, as it was proposed by German Chancellor in Prague, by the way, like maybe also a condition for some for acceptance of Ukraine and Western Balkans in the future. So I say I am against, for instance, because in such a case Czech Republic would have to give up its, in too large extent, its special relationship and friendship with Israel, because we would be simply overvoted. So what's your take on this? Perhaps you can start with Jiří now.
Well, I'm not aware of, maybe Tomáš will tell me as a practitioner now, I don't feel any straitjacket from the EU positions on the Czech relations vis-à-vis Israel. I don't see any limitations, I mean practical limitations. It's basically that we are not fulfilling the potential which is there regardless of these limitations. Which potentially could be, but I don't see them. And I remember, you know, I have a good memory. We started from scratch in '90 because we shouldn't forget that we lost basically not 25 years, but we lost 40 years of development of our relations. And we started in '90. By the way, your father was opening this as the first ambassador. We had a zero trade in the beginning. And I was, you know, I was applauding that when Israelis started to buy Škoda cars, that it was the first big opening visible. Now we are much further, and frankly, I see the potential of cooperation, of building this kind of strategic relationship when we will be able to identify the mutual niches, which are not in making, you know, cars or tanks, sorry for that, but it's in high tech. You know, it's in high tech, and we should focus on that. We are also not in a situation where none of our universities is able to cooperate. I mean, the Masaryk University is a front runner of that. They have a very good relationship with Israeli universities. Much more should be done, but I don't see where the foreign policy or the governments should pave the way for that. I mean, there are no obstacles to that. It's just up to universities to do that. So I'm a bit skeptical to this symbolical level of the G2G governments. Sometimes it's good if there is a new government, the members of the government know each other, everything is personal in politics. Yeah. But it's just to prevent a misunderstanding. It's not a necessary condition for paving the way for companies and universities to cooperate. I think it's completely up to us to fill the space with the cooperation. And hence I'm glad that conferences like this happen. Much more should be done. And the potential is there. But I mean, it's not up to governments to decide this is the area of strategic importance. I think it should be a kind of match, mutual match.
Thank you.
I want to disagree for a second with Jiří from a different angle, though. First of all, for those who don't know it, the G2G was supposed to happen on October 9. The preliminary group already was here. And usually, I do agree that there are no obstacles, but on my side, I need G2G in order to educate the Israeli politicians about Czech Republic. Otherwise, there is no chance for me to do it and to bring them here. I am not talking about everybody, but I'm not talking about everybody, but at least some educational process should be taken.
Yeah, I agree. G2G is a tool, and the tool which can be used, the tool which cannot deliver miracles, but it can be used. And during that G2G, in 4 eyes, we can remind our Israeli friends and to tell them, listen, why you are awarding some tenders to those who are not cooperating with you, and you are not awarding to them to those who are cooperating with you. Why you are awarding them to those where the level of anti-Semitism has been always much higher.
They don't understand the word listen.
Yes, and so there is something on our table now. Danny, I cannot say what, and the ambassador cannot say what, but there is something on our table now. And Prime Minister Netanyahu knows what is on the table. And by the way, if it's not going to be delivered, it will have harmful effects for our future cooperation. Because once in a while, we ask on something the Israeli side to deliver and to do, the Israeli side refuses. And this is a shame, and it's going to be felt. So there is always time to move forward on the Israeli side. But if the Israeli side is not going to be forthcoming, then it's playing with fire. Not that much, but still, it's coming. It's what was said here. It should not be taken for granted, this partnership. And I would really, and I am now publicly, yes, but much more in the close discussions and in 4 eyes. I'm saying don't take that for granted, because Czech society is going to be also changing. By the way, as the Israeli society is changing, and we should work on the substance, because at the end it is the substance which will carry it on through next generations. And if there is no substance, it's going to evaporate. It's going to be just memories of Jewish cemeteries spread across the Czech countryside, which at least we take care of, unlike some others who don't.
The veto in the EU Council?
I am not a friend of scrapping the veto, but at the same time, it's not going to be scrapped. First of all, don't ask us Czechs. Ask in Cyprus if they want to give up their veto, okay? Ask in Cyprus, and then let's start those academic debates if veto should be scrapped or not. And I can, I did see the Cypriot ambassador, and I understand why in many countries, and by the way, the smaller the country is, then it wants less and less to scrap the veto, because we know what it is to get the scrapped. And once Chancellor Scholz was mentioned here, it was a great exercise, because here Chancellor Scholz at Charles University said only one part of the sentence, where he argued for majority vote in all fields. He forgot to mention the second part of that sentence, that it doesn't apply to the situation where Germany is alone. And he used veto 6 weeks after this speech inside the European Council. So once the big powers get to the situation that they are alone, they also don't want to get out of the veto right. So it's a hypothetical discussion, and at the end, it's a discussion in the European Parliament, much more than among in the European Council, where the member states know what is at stake and what is possible and what is not, and the member states who are much more responsible for everyday life, and there is much more direct attachment to the voters, then they usually focus on more important and more realistic issues than this debate about the veto. So the veto in any case, regarding also in the case of Israel, it has positives that the veto exists, but you can also have scenarios that it has negatives, because some of those countries who are very much not on the pro-Israeli side, exactly on the opposite side, and maybe someone can name them here, inside the EU, then they can also be vetoing, okay? And they are sometimes vetoing if we propose deeper cooperation between EU and Israel. Then sometimes there are some countries which are vetoing this cooperation and doing everything that it doesn't happen. So the veto power, it's a hypothetical discussion, but also it is a sword which has like two sides, and it can be used positively or it can be used negatively. It's not a miraculous solution to get rid of the veto or to strengthen the veto.
Easy wanted to have some remark, but then
just to be clear, not to take the good relations for granted, I want to translate it in you know, what is behind it. There are some people who consider relations, international relations, transactional. And that's it. If there is no transaction, then there is no reason to continue with a friendship. So, I mean, for those who understand the foreign relations as transactional, and they are, you know, on both sides, in position and opposition, you need some good deals, and to show, I mean, it's worth. It has a content. And that's the argument, and that's what I feel behind what Tomáš said. We need some, you know, concrete stuff to be shown, because it's not about emotions. And my last point, I know my Israeli friends sometimes joke and complain that, oh, we Israelis, we don't want only to have those who support us, but we want to be loved. Yeah. But advantage in Czech Republic is that you can come here to feel to be loved. You know, that's one of the advantages, and that's. But you cannot build relations on that.
Thank you, Daniel.
Well, since I left the official diplomatic service in Israel 13 years ago, I'm not involved in day-to-day business, so I don't have much to say about that. I'll just say a general point about Israel-EU. I had a somewhat dissident position or opinion in the Israeli Foreign Ministry because I claimed that the disagreements between Israel and the EU on a specific issue which concerns the future of the Palestinians is tremendously overplayed in the assessment of the quality of relations between Israel and the EU. I, for one, don't believe that a disagreement on this issue can overshadow all the many other very positive aspects of the relationship. And therefore, I refused, literally, to consider the EU as a hostile organization. Having said that, I still think Israel is fortunate that foreign policy does not still requires consensus. I won't say the opposite. You're right that it can play negatively, and it sometimes does, and sometimes it did, but you know, can't win them all. Because the truth is, and that is about the relationship and the love and the content, at this particular moment in history, such a meeting, there are not many countries in the EU where that would be possible.
Thank you. So I originally wanted to split it into two questions, but I will have, since we are running out of time, I will have the last question on all the panelists, and I will connect two questions into one. So we have to mention also or speak a little bit about current situation in Israel and Gaza and the Middle East as such. So I have two questions for all the panelists. One is how do you see the end of the war in Gaza, and what is after the war? How do you predict that the Gaza and Palestinian territories will be governed by who and how after the war ends? And second question is how to, what all the players in the world, perhaps, or what should we do to avoid escalation in the region, maybe even the wider escalation than only in the Middle East region. So perhaps now we can start with Daniel.
All that in 3 minutes. Yeah. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to be disobedient. Because currently I can't sit in such a room and not speak in detail about the only topic that I'm currently interested in. And you may have guessed, I have a lot of yellow on me. It's because since October 11th, I have joined the Forum of Families of Hostages and Missing Persons, which is a civil society-based organization of volunteers which supports the families and does what a civil society, in the confines of what a civil society organization can do, everything that it can in order to promote the liberation of their loved ones. I have spent the last 4 months there. I have left all my other occupations on the side, like many, many other professionals. I'm retired, so it's not that difficult, although I have activities since I retired. But there are colleagues and people in different professional expertise areas who have just put their careers on hold and are spending all their time and energy with these people. And I must tell you, you know, and that will more or less give you a feeling of what this place is. In 30 years of career as a diplomat, I have never felt that I'm doing something so meaningful as in the last 4 months. We are a dozen former Israeli ambassadors in the forum who manage the international relations, including, for example, with the help of Ambassador Azari and her deputy. I was here a few weeks ago with a delegation of hostage families. It's a terrible tragedy. You know, you sometimes can't imagine. These are normal people. 240-something families who have regular lives, boring lives, like yours and mine, with little worries of family affairs, career, neighbors, all that nonsense. And suddenly, in the space of a few hours, they were catapulted into a position and a role that nobody prepared them for. Nobody. Nobody prepared Ronen Lautra to sit with Joe Biden and, you know, advocate for the hostages. Nobody prepared Merav Leshem Gonen to be a star on CNN and on any network in the world. And nobody prepared Dani Miran, whose son is abducted, to day after day, after day after day, sit in our diplomacy room and talk to dignitaries who come and visit. It's heartbreaking, believe me. None of them wanted that. And for some, it has ended well, and hopefully very soon, for a large number of those remaining, it will end well. But for some, it has ended in tragedy, because there are these lists, and their sons, daughters, mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers started on the list of hostages, and they have now moved to the list of victims. So I don't know if what we are doing, including the visits to the very, very friendly and supportive and solidary Czech Republic, makes a difference. I just know that I have finally, at my old age of 68, understood the term to leave no stone unturned. That is what we do. Unless we feel that it's a bad thing to do, that it can cause harm, we will try. You never know. We shoot in every direction. Maybe, 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 the something that you didn't predict will help. I'm not saying that it will be the golden card. There is no golden card. But we need the support, of course, of our friends and of all your friends, and everybody, just to keep the story alive. Don't forget these people. They deserve to go home to their families. Thank you.
So perhaps Tomáš?
The best outcome is that those people go home, but the best outcome geopolitical is that it will not derail but rather cement a Saudi-Israeli-American peace or normalization deal. And it can happen, and I hope it's going to happen rather sooner than later. But this would be the best outcome, to continue with the Abraham Accords and to continue into Riyadh.
Very clear, Ambassador.
I'm not that clear because I have to admit that the day after it was not yet discussed in the Israeli government. It has very clear political reasons, and it's not there. And I think that the fact that it's not discussed is a horrible fact, because in my humble experience, when I don't know where I'm going, I'm not reaching my goal. So I, at this moment, don't see a declaration of after the war at all. We can, it seems to me that the intensity of the war, first of all, I want to join Dani and everybody and say that I want to see those people home. The ones who are alive on the list, we don't know how many. Out of the full number. And secondly, I think that we are going to see differences in intensity until something else will happen. Maybe one more thing connected to the discussion we had before on the EU. I don't think that Borrell plan, if it is a plan, is relevant in any way. So I know what not Borrell plan, but I think that the fact that we don't have a plan is a hardship.
It's difficult for me to I just wanted to say, should we talk about geopolitics, because it's easier than to talk about what will be the outcome of this. It's a conundrum, and painful conundrum. When I was ambassador there 30 years ago, I mean, the hopes for finding a way forward were the highest. And since then, the space for solution is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. So I hope that the basic resilience will be shown in a way that, as Tomáš has said, the tide will turn and the trend will continue for a kind of finding a way of regional setting in the Middle East. I'm afraid that Europe is not able to be the main actor in this, and without the Arab countries and the Gulf countries, I think it cannot be solved. So I hope for continuing a normalization, because otherwise it would be a real geopolitical competition in the region with Israel in its midst. So I hope it will continue. The problem is, and I really feel hesitant to comment on that the situation is more complicated by the internal Israeli politics, and so I hope you will be able to find a way out of this, because without a kind of solid consensus or support from within Israel, I cannot imagine any other lasting arrangement. It will be just a kind of interim before another conflict will appear, and we all hope that the conflict will not spread, because that would be another shrinkage of the space of finding solutions. I feel moved because I'm asked more often than I'm happy with that to comment on the situation because of my past career as an ambassador there. But I was invited to some meeting when we discussed this, and the people collected money for the bereaved families and sent the money to bereaved families or those who suffer. I think this is a new dimension of the relation we are witnessing. It's just a grassroots support of people who just give their money and decide to send it to those who are suffering. I think it's something I've never felt before in the time I was dealing with Czech-Israeli relations, such kind of solidarity on the grassroots level.
Thank you, Jiří. We have one question which came from the audience, and I can just interpret it. It says that it is in some respects similar situation in Ukraine, which is also facing an aggression as Israel was facing an aggression from Gaza. So the question was slightly critical to Israel, as I understand it. Shouldn't Israel be more vocal in expressing support for Ukraine?
The short answer is yes, but it's mine. It's not necessarily the government's. Just as a news angle, our ambassador, lady ambassador in Moscow, was called up to the foreign ministry for saying the obvious thing that Russia is losing support in Israel by supporting Hamas. Now she is, now I don't know, an hour before, in an hour she is called to the Russian foreign ministry. Well, for those who didn't understand it before, I think our war and the Russian behavior since our war started should push us somewhere. I don't know why, but it takes us a lot of time. There are two explanations, both of them are not enough for me. One is about because of the fact that the Russians are sitting in Syria on our northern border. And I'll tell you why not, because I spent most of my career dealing with the Russians, and I think the one thing to do in dealing with the Russians is not to be afraid. Being afraid never solved a thing against them. And the second one has something to do with, and it's a true one, with the Jewish community inside Russia, and still it's not enough, so my answer is yes.
Thank you. Daniel?
I'll just say that there's a very fundamental difference between the two situations. I perfectly agree with the short answer that Anna just gave, more than with the longer one, and she will understand why. The difference is that in our situation we're confronted with a non-state organization, with a terror organization. So it's true that Hamas has become not really a terror organization anymore. It's an army It's a regular army with a terror organization mentality and the motivation and practices of a terror organization, but it's a real army. But why am I talking about the difference? Because between two sovereign states, the international community has many more tools to deal with such a conflict. Whereas, and we're seeing it specifically on the issue of the hostages, there is no recourse. There's nobody to turn to in order to help. All you have is the Red Cross, which is, you know, it is what it is. Can't help, really. So, which is also the reason, which brings us to the beginning of this discussion, why we so much rely on friendly countries in order to help us resolve this, and not so much on the international arena. If you look at UN bodies and other international organizations, their performance is nothing less than shameful on this issue. Shameful. They have not spoken up for raped women, for abducted babies, nothing, not a word. So that's the difference, basically.
Thank you. Tomáš?
Well, first of all, Israel's position is also changing, and if you compare it to the first days of this phase of Russian invasion of Ukraine 2 years ago, then the position and the rhetoric now is different. Okay, so Israel is also, let's say, rebalancing its position. But I would echo what Anna said. You never show weakness to Russians, then you lose. And Israel is very much know that once Israel was showing strength, it was in much better position anywhere. And now Israel is showing weakness towards Russians. There is nothing what I can say. It is true. So let's see. So what the recalculation will be there in the future, and I fully understand the limits and the Israeli situation, and then limits from the Russian behavior and the threats from the Russian behavior in the Israeli neighborhood, to show weakness towards Russia. The Russians will be more torturing Israel than what they are doing now through their operations inside the close neighborhood, as well as much more further from the Israeli borders.
Thank you. So easy is the last.
There's nothing to add except I would like to dwell on the issue of the problem of accountability. Who is going to be accountable for Palestinians? There's a question of day after. Yeah, who is going to be those who are accountable for what is happening there? And there are no good options. I mean, Israel as an occupying power, or whom else? That's a problem. And the problem is that Hamas is behaving without any responsibility to international community, and international community is teethless towards organizations like this, because it's teethless vis-a-vis the state-to-state aggression, but it's even less or more teethless vis-a-vis organizations like Hamas. And the question is, there has to be someone who will be accountable for what is happening in Palestinian territories, and we see less and less candidates for that, and that's a problem. So I see this as a fundamental problem. It's not just a problem inside Israeli politics, but it's a problem of accountability in some areas. The same goes, by the way, for Houthis. Whom they are Houthis. I think this is a big problem for the whole region, and I mean, there has to be arrangement which will make these organizations, these proxies of Iran, basically accountable to international community.
Thank you, Jiří. So thanks.
Wait, but okay. Who is supporting Houthis? Tehran. Who is supporting Tehran? Moscow. So let's get it. It's a clear line, clear line. So let's not put our head into the sand. This is the line, and this is the line of responsibility. I'm not saying that the Moscow is master of Tehran, but I'm just saying who is supporting whom. Very clearly.
I just agree. The question is how to implement this knowledge. What is the outcome of that?
With B-52s. Oh, it was a joke, just for those who are recording. We don't have any, okay? So.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will have to close the panel and close the conference. I would like to thank all the panelists, Tomáš, Director of National Security, Daniel Šek, former ambassador of Israel to France, Anna Azari, ambassador of Israel to Czech Republic, Jiří Schneider, former ambassador of Czech Republic to Israel. And I would like to thank all of you for participating actively in the conference, and hopefully it was you enjoyed it and it was an inspiration for all of you. I would like to thank our generous sponsors, LPP Holding and Elbit Systems. I would like to thank Israeli Embassy for co-organizing with us, and above all I would like to thank Czech-Israeli Mutual Chamber of Commerce, represented here by Mr. Jelínek and Mr. Smutný, who from health reason couldn't participate. So I would like to also thank my team for being able to organize it in very short time. It was exhausting, but I think it was we demonstrated that we are able to organize such an event in basically 6 weeks. So I think it's not easy, as you can imagine.
And thank you.
Thanks. So thanks all of you, and see you at some other occasion, because if you are interested in what the Institute is doing, so we are very active, you can visit our social networks or web pages to and participate in some future events. So thanks again. See you.
Good to see you. He's not the head of intelligence. I think he's more important.